Yes, ma'am. Madam President, we do have two announcements. We made a switch because we're having some technical problems here with Humphrey's seat. We put Humphrey down there, and then we have some problems with our big screen. We're going to have to focus on our two screens out there. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So establishing our a quorum, Director William Humphrey,
Present.
Director Davis Day,
Present.
Vice President Edwards,
Present.
President Milton Roberts.
Present.
Welcome back to our Secretary, Secretary Taylor.
Present.
We're happy to see you back, Secretary Taylor.
Thank you.
Director Teresa Pearson.
Present.
Dr. Petty hasn't made it yet. Madam President, we do have a quorum.
Okay, since we have a quorum, let's go ahead and do our Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone could stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 2 on our board agenda, and we will begin with board operations. And the first item that is on the agenda is our board norms. And Director Pearson, will you handle that for us, please?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
We use facts and data to inform our decisions in accordance with the interests of the overall district as a whole and not any particular segment thereof. We will support the delegation of authority of the superintendent in the day-to-day district operations and act in accordance with the 6 governing documents. We support the board decisions. We come to the board meetings informed and prepared. We honor our elected roles by being in attendance. We will honor all voices by encouraging individual input and listening to others.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 2.02, which are the Normandy Schools Collaborative Values. And we really do talk about these every single meeting, because what we want to make sure of is that we are living the values, that we're bringing the values to life. We have 5 values. The first one is excellence, and so we're striving for that in academics, in operations, in everything that we do. Dignity is our second value. The third one, which is actually in our name, is collaboration. So we're Normandy Schools Collaborative, but we also want to be collaborative with it, be it within our small department groups and bigger than that as well. Tenacity, we really want to make sure that we are instilling and demonstrating that we don't get tired, that we have the grit to keep going and to get things done. And then the last one is care, because we're a family and we want to make sure that we're demonstrating care with one another, as well as with our students, as well as with those in our community. So those are our values. And one of the things that we strive to do daily is to live our values and to model them for our students. With that, we're going to move to item 2.03, which is our Vice President is going to handle, and that is going to be the board policy review, and we also are going to do board reports. Let me add one thing. We are working with a new system, and we have Ms. Grigsby helping us out with that, with a new formatting that we're using. And so one of the things that we have added to our agenda is that we will have in this segment every single meeting, if there are reports, we will have an opportunity for various board members to give reports for the different committees and things that they are a part of. That's not something that we have had in the past, and so we're adding that. So trying to make sure that we're hearing all those voices. So I'm going to go ahead and start with you and do the policies. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you all for joining us this evening at the first board meeting for the 26 school year. This is just a policy review. So a couple of months ago, I started an email thread with emailing each individual board member and just highlighting a policy of the month, trying to keep us up front, keep the policies up front and in front of us to make sure that we are constantly reviewing those policies. And we wanted to bring that to this platform so we can share not only amongst our board members, but with you all to, keep you informed about the policies. And tonight's policy that I will be highlighting is policy BF, School Board Policy Process. This policy defines the board, how the board creates, updates, and maintains the governing policies of our district. You can find this policy on our NSC website in the policy manual. Key points to include: the board alone holds the authority to adopt, revise, and rescind policies which guide district operations. Again, these are highlights, not the actual policy. Anyone connected to the district may propose a new policy or changes in writing to the superintendent. Policies require a majority vote at a legal constituted meeting, and information about the proposed policies or amendments is provided to board members in advance for study. The board can act quickly on recommendations from policy services or in emergencies. Policies may only be suspended by majority vote with prior notice or unanimously without notice. The board continually reviews policies with the superintendent, ensuring updates and maintaining the official policy manual. This process ensures our policies are current, compliant, and aligned with our district priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board reports? Do we have anything from MSBA or from special school district or anything? You don't have anything?
No, I don't have anything.
I don't have anything at the moment from special school districts. For MSBA, we do have the advocacy position statements that need to be submitted, so I will give the information to you all during the board session next week. But I do want to state for the record, I have not received the email from Vice President Edwards about any of the policy things.
Point of clarity, I also would like to state that under number 2, board operations, I'm not exactly sure when items 2.02 and 2.03 were established as board agenda items.
I do have, I'm sorry. Did you have a response? Okay. No, this is something totally different, so you can.
So we actually developed the agenda for the meeting. That is a task that the president and the superintendent have to do each month. And we actually have a meeting that we host, the two of us, and we bring forth things that are on the governing calendar.
Your mic is not on.
I'm sorry. I think I'm just gonna leave it on because I keep forgetting to turn it on and off. I apologize. Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay. What I was saying is that the agenda is created every month in advance of the meeting. Generally, what occurs is that we have a standing meeting, the superintendent and I, and he brings forth items that he needs to have on the agenda. In addition, we have things that we have agreed that we're going to talk about because it's that time via our policies, i.e. budget, things of that nature. So June 1, we need to be talking about the budget. We have a tax levy that's coming up, and so those kinds of things are going to be on the agenda. It is by virtue of our policy and by virtue of practice, the two of us come up with that agenda, and then we submit that agenda to the board members and also to the superintendent's team. They oftentimes will add things, we will add things, we subtract things, we move things around, and that is how the agenda is developed. We do that in advance of the actual meeting with time for members of the board and members of the superintendent's cabinet to add or subtract items. Once that has settled, which that settled on Monday is when it was released, then under the direction of our board secretary, that agenda is released to everyone so that they have an opportunity to actually review it and any data that goes along with that in advance of the meeting. So that's how that item got on there. And so with the new diligence system, which is different than board docs, we had to create a new template, which we're still working on, but we got there. And so one of the things that we had not been doing was allowing board members who are on these various committees to be heard and to share what they got information-wise or what have you at various meetings. So we wanted to create that space. So that's basically the summation of that.
Okay. According to policy BDDB, any board may request any items to be placed on the agenda by notifying the board president and superintendent at least 5 days prior to the meeting. There have been plenty of items that I've asked to be added to the agenda prior to the meeting, and they're not here, but I see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different items that are added, and there is no input from the board. Now, it may be from other board members, but it was not from Teresa Pearson.
Okay, so you and I have had this conversation, so I went
We've
back
had
and
the conversation,
Okay,
but I
wait.
would like the public to know
Oh,
also.
no, that's fine. So I went back and I looked. I have one request from you, and that is from this meeting that is coming up now. I was not the board chair and not the person responsible for making the agenda
I've been
last
asking
year.
since May.
Okay, like I said,
Like I said.
I have the request, and as you know, and as I have shared, I responded as to what we were going to do with that item.
But it's more than one item, as I stated. It's more than one
You
item
had
that's
one
been added
item?
on here, and the whole board has not been notified.
What other
That's an
items?
issue.
You had one for
You've,
the?
no, you've added
No, no,
the
no, no,
board
no, 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 I'm
values,
saying
you've
that you
added the board
requested.
policy, the board report, you've added president questions, you've added the president comments. Those things were not previously on here before you came
Right.
as the president.
That is correct.
And we were not notified as a board, as a collective, as the 7 of us, that the information would be added on there.
You were notified as a board when you received the actual diligent report that said this is what's on there. So at that time, when it is received.
Per the
there was a
policy,
problem.
we're supposed to know before it's published, but go ahead.
That's what I'm talking about, before it's published to the public. So it was sent to each board member.
And when
Okay.
I asked why
And
was
what-
there board president comments and not just board comments, that email went ignored.
I don't know what.
That's fine.
Okay, now, so let me be clear, okay? We have one request from you that I have for IBB contract to be on the agenda, and that was from, I believe, May. We have a request from you that an MOU be on the agenda. And I spoke to you about that, and we talked about the fact that the reason that it wasn't on the agenda was that the pre-work that was required for it to be on the agenda had not been done. And so in our meeting, preparing for today's meeting, the superintendent and I had a discussion, and there are no MOUs on the agenda.
I'm not just speaking about MOUs again. I'm speaking of the other added items that are added on here that, as a board, as a collective, we were not notified until, hey, this is here, review the agenda.
You were given the agenda to review in advance of it being published.
That's what I just said.
Okay, but that's how you get it to review. We can't have a meeting to discuss it because that's not in compliance with the law. So the way that you get it is when we publish it to you and say, here it is. Please give us your feedback.
You became board president in April, correct?
I didn't start making agendas until May.
I have an email May 15th.
That's the one for IBB?
I have a email May 20th. June 6th. June 23rd.
But all of those are not adding agenda items,
They are.
okay? So any agenda item that is.
Connect me to a printer and I can print them out
But
for you.
Any agenda item, for instance, the one that you had in IBB, we added that to the agenda. So we had a discussion about the contract.
I mean, that's important. That's
Okay,
important.
no,
Our
I'm
teachers
just-
need to
But you're
need
saying
to
that
have it.
nothing got added when they actually got
Okay,
added to
so
the
what I'm
agenda.
saying is, Teresa Pearson was not notified that Normandy Schools Collaborative Board Values or Board Policy Review Report, along with questions, additional information requested by the president and the board president comments was going to be added to the agenda previously before it's given to us. We got it on a Tuesday. I asked questions about it, no response.
Teresa, we've had board values on there since I became president.
Again, you added that on there without the consult of the board.
That's our prerogative to do.
Okay, that's fine. That's your prerogative. Okay, Bobby.
That's our responsibility
fine.
to do.
That's fine.
In the interest of time, I would
Thank
just
you.
like
Yeah,
to
thank
state
you.
that Director Pearson is not alone in her sentiments that she's expressing. I do think that there are other board members who would concur that they've had similar experiences.
Director Humphrey?
The information that I wanted to share with the board, I just want to kind of give a brief update. On August the 5th, we had a facilities master plan first phase meeting. And during that meeting, we basically talked about the fact that we have a total of 15 pieces of property that are currently used for educational purposes. We have 2 additional properties that we own that are currently not being used, the property on Bermuda, and then we also have the property that's on St. Louis Avenue, which was the former administrative office for Wellston. And so basically, those 17 pieces of property will be part of the overarching discussion with the master plan. And the brief timeline is like this. We had the kickoff meeting August 5th. Then there'll be a series of different workshops to involve the community and various constituent groups. That's going to happen between August and September of this year. And then during the time period of November through December, there will be RFPs released, because when you're doing a facility plan, you actually have to get the various trades, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, structural, et cetera, they have to come together. They're going to be looking at studying our buildings. And then also, as a part of that conversation, the superintendent and the administration will have a forward look at the district, based on enrollment trends, based on birth rates, things like that. Do we need to expand facilities? What we'll end up doing in this process is prioritizing which building needs to have attention first, second, third, on down the line. So the RFPs will be released during November through December, and then consultant selection will happen in the first quarter of 2026. And so once the consultants are in place, that's when they start to do the work of looking at the various facilities to compile that facilities plan. And so I just wanted to kind of give you just a quick snippet of what happened in that meeting. And as we have subsequent meetings in the future, I'll simply bring you up to date on those. I do actually have a copy of the handout that was from that meeting, and I'm sure we could get this to Dr. Chris Trahan, and we can actually get this on the website for public consumption, so they can actually see what's happening with the facilities planning. That's pretty much all I have right now.
Mr. Humphrey, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that handout available for the board? Because I haven't seen the handout.
My understanding, it was actually emailed, but I do have a hard copy for every board member, because I did pull one at that particular meeting to make sure that everyone has one. But I do believe it went out electronic.
Okay, I did not receive that. The second thing I have to ask you, so the meeting on August 5th, was that the first meeting or the second meeting?
That was actually the second meeting.
Okay, so you said the first meeting initially when you started your comment.
Okay.
I just want to verify. Thank you.
All right.
Madam President, can I interject? I just want to remind us that we have to follow the agenda, and I'm not sure where we're at on the agenda.
We haven't even approved the agenda.
And so with diligent being new, we're going to have to adjust 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Because as Dr.
we flipped
Petty
it.
said, and Director Milton, Director Pearson said, they wasn't aware of things that were on the agenda, and that could have been tackled in our agenda part. And I do apologize for that, Dr. Petty and Director, because that's my error in the new system. So we're going to have to adjust that, but we have to follow.
Yeah.
We have to follow the agenda
Right.
and need to stay on task.
Absolutely,
agree
we
with
have
that.
to follow the agenda, and I believe that that's what Director Pearson is speaking to.
Yes.
She's made the efforts and the attempts to follow the process and the policy to be a part of the agenda.
Yes, sir.
And because we have not been able to be a part of the agenda and access the agenda and the items, this is what's causing the concern. I will go back to our last meeting and specifically remind everyone with regard to the budget that the board passed. I voted no on it because we received it just 24 hours before the meeting. It was 54 pages. We were unable to digest it. And that continues to happen with board items and the board agenda. And as a result, being responsible to our constituents who voted for us and put us in office, we have to let them know that this is the position that we're being put in. It's not that we're not responding to the voters, we're not responding to the community. Our efforts are going unanswered. And as Director Pearson said, we've addressed this in writing as recent as a few days ago.
Yesterday.
Before we jump subjects, I have a question. Mr. Humphrey, you said that you were calling groups, various groups together. Where did you find those groups?
No, I'm not pulling the groups together. The actual master plan is handled by KAI. They're the ones that actually will send out the RFQ. They'll be able to identify who the consultants are that are going to do the work.
No, so community groups is what you
Well,
refer to.
at this point, because of the fact that we're early in the process,
You
none of,
said you're 2 meetings in.
well, at this point, we've had 2 meetings, but the actual phase 1 kickoff was the August 5th meeting. So in here, there is a,
I too have not seen that at all. I just want to know, when do you plan on talking to parents and the community as a whole? Not groups that you select, not people that you deem necessary or important. When are you talking to?
well, generally, based on the information that's given here, it provides a listing of community input, demographic research, educational assessment, technology evaluation, operations assessment, project and expenditure prioritizations, delivery approach. All of this is going to be managed by KAI through working with the superintendent. When it's time to bring in the various community groups, they'll have the conversation to figure out, exactly what those groups are and what it's going to look like. So it's not, I'm not personally pulling any committees. It's between KAI and the superintendent. They'll be forming together the various groups that will be informing the work for the facilities plan.
And what will
As the
be important?
representative of that committee, Mr. Humphrey, it would have been great for all of us to have a copy of their presentation once we sat down at this dais.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to say that we continue. Well, I've continuously asked for parent involvement and parent voices to be heard, and it's not happening. And when I ask, well, when did you engage with parents? When did you engage with community? It's like it's crickets, and that sounds like what's about to happen right now. Like, parents had no idea about this. Like, the board didn't even know about it. So parents and the community, we had no idea about it. And then you're gonna surprise us with, oh, okay, we're gonna have a meeting tomorrow. I don't want that to happen. And I want parents to feel involved and their voices to be actually heard, and the community. This is not just the people, whoever was represented, it's board. This is not just their buildings.
But I think we're speaking too prematurely. Let me add that.
We are.
Yes, we are. We're not in that
It's
phase.
happened. It keeps happening.
Can I please speak, ma'am? We're not in that phase to where we start soliciting groups, so we're not there yet, but we will get there. But I think we're speaking too prematurely, and we're putting too much emotions behind what's not happening yet. So please allow the process to take its place. It will happen.
I think it's very important to note that I, too, believe that the community needs to be very involved in whatever we do as it relates to our buildings and our children and so forth. I think that the meeting that was held, to the best of my understanding, let me take these off so I can see. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, let me do
Last two.
Oh, okay. The meeting that was held was a planning meeting of how the process would work. It wasn't the meeting as to what the work is that's going to be done, okay? And so, as long as we're all sitting up here, we get to say that we want the community involved, because they need to be involved, okay? So that's for us to make sure that it happens, along with the superintendent. And so, we're hearing from him that commitment is there. So we will make sure that happens, okay? We need to back up and approve the agenda, if I'm not mistaken. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. We on 3.
Okay. So, oh, boy. Okay. Okay, so, Okay, so let's just basically take, I guess we can take a roll call vote on the agenda.
Please.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
The roll call vote on the floor is to approve the agenda as presented. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna get the
Okay.
names out. We'll start with Director Humphrey,
Yes.
Director Davis Day,
No.
Director Dr. Petty,
No.
Vice President Edwards,
No.
President Milton Roberts,
Yes?
Secretary Taylor,
No.
Director Pearson.
No.
Madam President, the nose has it.
Okay. So what would you like to do instead?
I motion that we remove item 6.1, 6.05. Remove items 2.02 and 2.03 until further discussion.
We need a second.
Oh, and item 9.02.
That's fine.
I just need a second.
Second.
Roll call.
Please.
There's other.
Are we doing a
I
roll call
believe
vote?
there's other motions.
That was just one other item,
one
Director
or
Pearson, I'd like to
items,
add,
yeah.
which would be 8.02.
That is the benefits proposal. I think that we need to hear that.
I don't.
We need to figure out something with these people insurance. So,
It's my understanding we have until October to do that, and it's my understanding also.
but we have them here today, so I kind of want to,
You hear what they have to say?
Well, we don't have involvement from NEA, which represents the largest group of stakeholders, and our teachers. They have not been involved in this process, and I would strongly urge the board to be cautious if we move forward without the full awareness and support and conscious involvement of the NEA.
okay, so
can
I
I-
motion to move item 8.02 to items for information, make it 6.06, so that we can also hear from our brokers and hear from our NEA president, if that's okay with you, Mr. Word.
I agree.
Thank you.
I agree with that too.
I have other items that I would like to add to that. The removal of policies BK, EF, and JGD
Wait a minute, where are you? Show me where you are.
at 8.04.
Okay. You want to remove which ones?
BK, EF, and JGD.
JDG?
GD.
Are those policies?
Yes.
Individual policies.
Now, Madam President, when we're looking at items for consent, because the board has time to review those things, we're really not supposed to remove policies from the agenda. I learned that during our diligent training, that because the items of consent should not be individually voted on, and they should be reviewed prior to the meeting and adjusted before the meeting.
You feel like we should move the whole thing?
Can we,
You can remove the whole thing, but you can't remove individual items.
I mean, but we was given the agenda last Tuesday, so.
Yeah, that's proposed.
And so if you all remove the policies from there that has set us back and
well,
we're,
we're not removing all of the policies, we're removing three of them. We're asking for three of them to be held for
But-
further review.
because it's an item of consent and the board gets prior time to review it prior to the meeting, we're not supposed to move it according to our sunshine laws.
And I think that's what's in discrepancy is what constitutes time to review. That's what is not distinguished.
Okay, well, I'll pull my motion. Well, I pull my items from that motion.
For the policies.
Yep.
Okay, so you want to leave those in? Okay. Okay. Any other ones? Any other adjustments? Okay. So I think we've got some adjustments. We've got moving the agenda summary template, which is 8.02, up into items for information versus items for consent. So that makes it item 6.05, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have, I don't even actually know what 6.05 is. 6.05, we removed and we replaced it with that one. We have the policy update, we're going to leave intact with all of the policies in it. Is that correct? So that stays as 8.04? Yep. And then we're going to remove 9.02. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And reorder and reorder the agenda also, because we needed to have agenda be item number 2, as opposed to item number 3. So reorder. Okay. Is that everything? Yeah. I think that's everything. Okay. All right. So with that, we need to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So move.
Second.
Did you want to roll call?
Please.
The vote on the floor is to approve the agenda as it's been amended. We'll start with Director Humphrey,
Yes.
Director Davis Day,
Yes.
Director Dr. Petty,
Thank you, yes.
Vice President Edwards,
No.
President Milton Roberts,
Yes.
Secretary Taylor,
Yes.
and Director Pearson.
Yes.
Madam President, the yeses have it.
Okay. So we have actually gone through items 1, item 2. We've gone through item number 3. We're at item number 4, which is public comments. And my understanding is that we had, I want to say 5
Yes, ma'am.
comments. And so, Norm, if you could come forward and give the honors.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Triplett, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you for attending tonight's Normandy Schools Collaborative Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, we will review the importance of conducting a productive and orderly meeting. For those community members in attendance who have signed up for public comments, please come to the podium when the board president calls your name. Out of respect for everyone in attendance, yelling, foul language, props, visuals, and addressing the audience are not permitted. Public speakers may not identify staff or students by name. In addition, audience members are not allowed to speak, yell, or cause any disruption during public comments. This ensures the Board of Education is able to listen and transition to the next speaker. The remainder of the meeting is designated for the board to work with the superintendent and staff to conduct the work as outlined in the agenda. Patrons who stay in attendance for the remainder of the meeting after public comments do so in an observatory role. Please note that those who disrupt the meeting in any capacity will be asked to leave and may lose the opportunity to attend future meetings. We want to thank you again for attending. We will now proceed with the agenda.
All right. So the very first card that I have is for our own Mr. Nigel Ward. Or Ward, excuse me, I'm changing your name. Nigel Ward, so if you'd like to come forward. Good evening.
Thank you and good evening.
Good evening.
I am the president of Normandy National Education Association. And this evening, I just wanted to welcome our staff, our teachers back for this school year, 2024-25, 25-26, for a new school year. Also welcome our educational support staff as well. Well, this year, the NEA would like to take the opportunity and hopefully be on the agenda for upcoming board meetings to participate in the just acknowledging staff and also just to give highlights of what's going on in the district. And that's the celebrations as well, that we want to be a part of this proceedings in order to allow others to see our students, our staff, our support staff be acknowledged in what they do and helping the district to be the best. And I think that's the focus the last time I spoke here last year. Our objective is to help the district achieve full accreditation. And that's the only thing that we're here to do. And that's the only thing that I'm going to support, helping us move to full accreditation. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next person that I have, I have 6 more. Okay. Let's see. Let's start with Mayor Monica Jefferson. Are you here?
I heard you because I'm up front, but I'm
Okay. Yeah, I struggle with this thing. Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay, okay.
You have to stop touching it.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I come before you with some concerns or questions. One of them, again, is are the MOUs, not just beyond housings, but we've got the core collective, Parents as Teachers, BJC, and I must say that I was really dismayed to find out that there are no MOUs with these entities, yet they come out and support the district. They were all at the backpack event, and it's just disheartening to see that paperwork is not in order. So that's one concern that I have. My next one is, back in May when I came, I expressed concerns about the election of the board secretary. And granted, you called me, President Milton Roberts, but I still don't have a clear understanding or any information as to what legal rule, because it seemed like a huge debacle to me. So I'm concerned about that. And I believe that whatever answer it is owed to the public. And I think it should be, that process, the debacle, should be explained publicly at a meeting, and so that we're all not wondering. My next question is actually public comment. And I wanted to know how it worked exactly. I know that we who want to be on the agenda fill out a card, and that's part of the official record and archives. So I'm thinking that all responses should be part of an archive or official record too. So I'm requesting that, not just for me, but if someone comes up for public comment and has questions or concerns, I think that they should be responded to in a timely manner and in writing, so that if there are any other questions or anything about he said, she said, it's all there in writing. And I just think that that should be done in order. So even though I made my comments and questions back in May, I look forward to written responses to those concerns. And if they're not known, well, I guess you can go back to the archives of the speaker's cards to figure that out. And it's funny that this is on my list, but it was on I guess heavily on the board's mind as well. I really would like to know how the agenda is set. And I understand that there are officers and roles on the board, but I thought it was a collaborative body with each member being able to offer input and suggestions for the board. I've talked to a few members individually about these MOUs because I think it's, for lack of a better term, raggedy and unprofessional that some have served this district wholeheartedly for a whole year with no MOU. And it doesn't seem to be an urgent matter at this point because here we are at another school year and they're still not on the agenda. So I just want to know who really sets the agenda? Because I've been told by individuals, I've requested this be on the agenda. It's not on there. So my question is, I thought it was a democracy, but I'm wondering now if it's turned into an autocracy because according to what I've been told, these requests just fall on deaf ears. And that's really a concern if one of the values is supposed to be collaboration. So I thank you for your time and I look forward to expedient answers in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going to be friends. Okay. The next person that I'm going to call up is Daryl Jeffries. Are you here, Daryl? There you are. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you for allowing me to present and express myself on behalf of the Normandy School Collaborative School District. I've been here over 18 years, dedicated and committed to the district. I've seen a lot of ups and downs. On behalf of just other staff members and variety of different roles in the district, I'd like to express their concerns as well, how they feel. Since Dr. Triplett has come on board, we have seen extremely changes in the district. These changes came about with systems, processes, and structure in the Normandy School Collaborative District. Myself have always been committed to this district. I appreciate Dr. Triplett being brought here, helping us out from the prior administrators and the prior individuals that we had in the district. We have seen changes in the curriculum department, changes in student services, changes in operation, and all these different variety of different roles. One person, two person, three person didn't do it on its own. It was a collective bargain. And these was individuals that's been here for many, many years are committed to the district. Dr. Triplett has allowed individuals and allowed the staff of the Normandy district to do their job with warmth, dedication, and compassion. We serve the community. We serve our kids. The kids in the community and the families in the community are our future. So I would like to say this. Please allow us to continue on this path that we have been given. And please allow us to continue with the systems and processes and the structure that we have seen now than prior in this district. Please allow us to continue. No one is perfect in this world. We are not perfections, but we can try and continue to make the necessary adjustments as we go on this journey. And the district will continue to make progress and continue to do well as we are doing right now. So I would like to end with this note. Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Please continue working with the district, with the community, the kids, and with the staff. And thank you to the board members.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have is Dr. Jason Spray. I think I saw you a minute ago. Yeah, there you go. Mhm. Oh.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Mrs. Rigsby. They never recognize you. And Dr. Triplett, my esteemed colleagues, community members, families, and friends. I just wanted to express my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for the leadership that Dr. Triplett has provided us for the last 2 years. I just completed my 20th year in this district. And out of those 20 years, I must say that Dr. Triplett has been the most amazing leader that we have had in this district. He doesn't have an easy job. And when he has 7 bosses, I can only imagine how difficult it can be. But he has done an absolute amazing job. And I will remind you that he came into a mess that was created from the previous leader. So he had a lot of work to do, but he wasted no time. He put systems and structures and procedures in place that has only moved us forward. So with that, I want to say thank you, Dr. Triplett, for your amazing leadership. And I'm not saying this for brownie points either.
We know.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me. Excuse me. Next, we have Yvette Clemens. I see her coming forward. Thank you.
Good evening, board, friends, staff, and families. I am standing before you tonight to support a request made by Mr. Darrell Jeffries to express in words my sincere thoughts on what I have experienced regarding the leadership of Dr. Michael Triplett. Dr. Triplett, your dedication, vision, and commitment to the success of students, staff, and the entire school community are commendable. Your ability to see the bigger picture is encouraging. I also admire your ability to foster collaboration, willingness to provide employees with the resources to do their jobs. You are passionate about your work. I believe you love what you do, and you're not afraid to show it. Thank you for being an inspiring leader with a dedication to well-being of every student, even when what is doing right is sometimes difficult. Dr. Triplett often asks others to uncover and understand his why, or his desired intentions and point of view. Then he will ask others, what is your why? After all, how can you align and collaborate effectively with others if you don't understand their motivations, intentions, and their why behind their beliefs, efforts, actions, opinions, decisions, behavior, goals, and of course, values? Now, imagine the possibility of a workplace where everyone brings energy, passion, and a positive attitude to the job every day. See, the key to being a great leader is understanding what your people want and expect from you and why they want it. When leading your team to a shared goal and vision, they need to understand not only what they need to do, but why they are doing it so they can see how they personally benefit. To set and manage people's expectations and create alignment requires understanding people's why, who they are, and their intentions. If your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are an excellent leader. Now, imagine an environment in which people are truly connected to their work, their colleagues, and families. People have 2 legacies: what they do and who they are while they are doing it. Dr. Triplett, thank you for being a supportive, encouraging leader, and you're willing to share your knowledge and experiences on the path of possibility to full accreditation. You see, the only thing worse than having no vision is having no clarity, because you will eventually crash. So I come to an end, and I can truly say, Dr. Triplett, your why is demonstrated. Thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, hang on. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Passion Bragg Hawthorne. I can't say the name for some
Bragg
reason. Hawthorne.
Haythorne.
Yeah. Haythorne, I'm saying it wrong, okay. Is she here? Oh, I'm sorry, okay, okay. All right. And then the last card that I have is from our own Cecilia Rigsby.
Good evening, everyone. Great things have occurred under Dr. Triplett's watch. No one is made to feel less than because they're just a secretary or just a driver. Everyone is made to feel important. Dr. Triplett tasked me with a vision for our board, more structure, great communication as it pertains to our board, doing things more in a timely as it pertains to our board, being more organized as it pertains to our boards with their travels, meetings, connection. Our board having a professional, beautiful place to meet and congregate, such as our new boardroom. He restructured our board committee to align better with our gifts, skills, talents, and ability, where we have a driver, which is myself, we have a mapper, which is Clemens, we have an IT brain, which is Dan. Also, we have the support of our Madam President, our superintendent, and our communications director. Everyone voice matter. As a result, this restructuring has been great for driving out our diligent. It's not perfect. Please be patient with us. However, the restructure has helped us in driving out diligent, community platform, and training all staff and entering data into board docs/diligent. He's also brought in leadership retreats that promote growth, learning, and team building, which is important for positive staff morale. He's implemented monthly campus support meetings so staff can know what's occurring in our district while promoting camaraderie among the staff. He promotes and tasks us all with a high level of accountability and quality customer service. In closing, I should say we, do not stand before any of you saying that no man is perfect, because no human being is perfect. But we stand saying that Dr. Triplett is the Joe Clark from the movie Lean on Me that our district needs. Not a perfect man, but a strong leader. We were asked to share what positive things we've seen brought to our district under Triplett's leadership. Some were hesitant to share for fear of retaliation. I stand assured, having some hard meetings with our president and our superintendent, that I've shared with them both that they are killing me with emphasis on they, and I'm still here. I've had some hard conversations with many of our board members, and I'm still here. I'm saying that you're welcome to come and give recognitions and accolades to whomever you want to give recognition to. I believe, and the emphasis is mine, that the board meetings are not a platform to air our dirty laundry, even if it's a public session. There's a time and a place for everything. As our president and a few of our board members and our superintendent knows, I'm willing to have those hard conversations and discuss uneasy topics in a manner that is professional and in an environment that is suitable for those discussions. This is not the platform for that. So for today, my assignment per Mr. Jeffers and my task were to share just a few things that our superintendent has brought to our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay. I think that is all of our recognitions. I'm sorry, all of our comments, forgive me. And we're going to move into recognitions. Okay. Okay. Oh, I don't have the bottom.
Good evening, Board President Milton Roberts, members of the board, community members, Superintendent Triplett, and Ms. Rigsby.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Normandy Schools Collaborative proudly recognizes 3 district administrators who recently earned their Doctor of Education degrees. We want to call them up. Dr. Gerald Nave Jr. Spalding University explored how secondary teachers perceive Black students' special education referrals.
All right, Dr. Nave.
In urban schools. Let me repeat that. He explored how secondary teachers perceive Black students' special education referrals in urban schools.
Look up Marlon, say cheese. Don't start calling. Not today. Not today.
Next, we want to invite Dr. David Parker Sr., Spalding University.
Dr. David Parker Sr. All right, Senior.
He examined how principals support the retention of novice and veteran teachers.
All right, Senior. Cheese, all right, there we go.
Dr. Hope Sutton,
That's my principal. That's my principal, by the way.
Rockhurst University, studied how teacher verbal persuasion impacts high school students' self-efficiency and performance. Efficiency.
Everybody say cheese. Congratulations, y'all.
So their commitment to academic excellence and leadership supports superintendent's goal number 1, student achievement. We want to call Dr. Parker back up, please.
Dr. Parker.
We're proud to recognize 5 community members who attended Power School Registration Night on July 30th. Hosted by Student Support Services and school leaders, this event was one of many events to help register families and students for the new school year. That evening, more than 110 students were registered for the new school year. We want to also call up raffle winners who he's going to recognize. There was a raffle at the event. We want to call up Miss Sarah Latorno. Roxanne Bolden. Josephine Cotton. Asia Adams. And we've got Miss Gloria Elbert. We want to, there.
Take your time, we're here.
Okay.
Down by, plus we got security over there.
So this is just a glimpse of what family and community engagement looks like in Normandy. We want to thank all who participated. Your involvement supports Superintendent's goal number 2, culture and climate, and highlights the power of community and family engagement.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to number 6, which is items for information. And we're going to start out with 6.01, which is the July 2025 KAI construction update. And I believe, Jossie, if you are here, yeah, you can come up and share with us a little bit.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Directors, Dr. Triplett, Ms. Rigsby.
Good morning. Afternoon, evening.
What did I say? Good morning?
I don't know. Good morning.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's amazing to see the room full right now with parents and the community, so good evening. My name is Jossie Haynes, Vice President of KAI. I think there's something on the screen. I guess it's going to be online, so you probably won't be able to see what I'm showing. This first slide is just talking about our process of amendments and making sure that we have a clear understanding of how we get from the idea of a amendment to the actualization of it. That's the first slide. We go through our process with our bond, and we evaluate costs, and then we take those costs and give it to the school for approval. This next one is our schedule. Currently, we are still working with Highland Construction. They're doing the bus lot. They're slated to end their work in the first quarter of 2026, and we're working towards getting the infrastructure that is needed around their scope, like the fencing. There's going to be some automatic gates and different things like that for the buses to get in and out so that they don't have to wheel those gates open. They'll be able to be done with a card reader. So Highland Fleet will be delivering the EV buses at the end of first quarter 2026. Additional facility support, end of fourth quarter. These are all under that fourth quarter. We're working with Viking Hall, the interior cosmetic upgrades. We're also working with the track, concession stand updates. We're currently working with the selection of a GC. We had a public bid opening not too long ago, I think 2 weeks ago, and we went through a process of evaluating those bids, and we're ready to make a selection on the bidders, one of the low bidders, which is within our budget, which is good. Their scope will include the press box at the concession stands, both at the Viking Hall and also at the football facility, or the as I think we're calling it now, the multi-purpose facility. So students will also be able to have opportunities to use that facility and learn different things. So the facilities master plan, I wanted to stick right here just for a second. The facilities master plan, I heard the comments that were being raised as we were talking about it. Nothing has happened yet. All we're doing is preparing for the process. And one of the things that we talked about in the meeting, you'll see in the notes that you have, because of the timing of the meeting, we couldn't get it my understanding is that we have to do everything with excellence and in timing. So I know that we cannot have all the board members, so that's why we have representatives from the board to bring that information. Thank you, Mr. Humphrey, for taking it, because we just had that meeting, I think, Tuesday last week. And by no means is it meant to be a private or anything in the discussions that's not going to include the community. One of the things that you should know about me is that I'm going to make sure the community is involved. The parents are involved, the teachers are involved, and that's one of the things that we talked about. As we talk about the committees, we're going to have the first round of meetings, and we're asking the board to help with that conversation, to tell us who you want to have in those meetings. So I'm hoping that there could be a representative from the board that will take that stance and be the chair of those committees and for example, if it's the teachers, there could be a teacher representative from the board, parent representative, but we want to hear from the community because in my experience, it's important that they understand what the facilities, what problems are happening at the facilities and what things need to be done, and we want to hear the voices of the parents and the teachers, because those are the people who are using the facility, and the students, of course. So we also want to have a student representative as well. So I just want to make sure that was clear. So right now we just had a kickoff, just sort of the team, Dr. Triplett and the group that we've selected, which is a part of the board and everyone who's involved from the district will be able to have their voice and be able to say how we move to the next step. The next slide I have here is it's completely gone past what I needed to go. Yeah, go back to the football field. There we go. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to drive past the football field. It's underway. We're laying the turf currently right now, but it's moving as scheduled. We will be ready for the first football game in September, so excited about that. Here's some pictures of what's currently in place, and I think this was taken about 2 weeks ago, but it's further along. And then here's just an image of the work that's going to be done at the concession stand. As we started to look at the facilities, we were looking at the particular Viking Hall. Viking Hall will have the concession stands upgraded, and then we're doing some seating, and also we were looking at the restrooms. But right now, we're going to take the restrooms out of this scope and move it to the master planning phase and just talk about it from a global capital expenditure, because it's very expensive to do those restrooms currently. And we want to make sure that we have everything in place, because we want to make sure that as we open up those walls and find asbestos and different things like that, that we have the right funds to take care of that. I would hate for us to have something started and can't finish. So we're going to focus on more of a cosmetic and the concession stands moving forward. Here's another just image of what we're doing over at the athletic fields improvement. And some more images of what's happening over at Viking Hall. This is an image of the area at the restrooms that we're not going to be doing at this time. We just made that decision after looking at the numbers from the general contractors. And then we have the campus work at the, this is just an image of the seating that's been removed over in Viking Hall. And now we have, this is the image. So we had a conversation with Highland, and if you remember, the buses were in a different configuration. As we evaluated and got feedback from the staff and the folks who'll be using the facility, we realized that it wasn't going to work. So we asked them to go back to the drawing board and make sure the buses could have a good turning radius, and that also that the bus drivers will have a place that they can get into and out of without the least amount of interruptions. So they've given us a new design, which I'm happy to say that they talked about possibly having extra costs and that it would be more cost to us, but it's no cost, and they were able to get this done under their current contract. Here's the projections of the current ESSER 3 funds. This is the way that we are projecting the cost to lay out for the rest of the year. And this is just showing all the different projects and then the different buckets that are coming out and how the school is expending the money down from the ESSER funds. This was a request from the board and also from Dr. Triplett. Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question, a few questions. Good evening, Jossie. Thank you. You said that there's a delay of the EV buses to the first quarter of 2026. Is that due to the revision of the design, or is that production for the buses?
It's a number of things. That's not the whole. We were fortunate that we did not have to. A lot of the schools were not able to do the buses, and they had to get the contracts written in place. But when they did the design, it didn't change the schedule. But we wanted to make, because they had until the end of the first quarter to get it done, so that the money that's put aside for this was expended correctly. I have no control over Highland, but I do know that there's issues with some of the buses because of the delays with the current market that we are in, with administration. So that's part of it, okay. And then also just the access to the buses. So they're in production right now, and I think they're slated to come in, and they may come in sooner. So right now the projection is just this first quarter, but it could come in sooner.
Okay. My next question is, you stated the track and field is on task to be completed. I've ridden by it. I'm happy to see the progress, but will those boys be able to get out there and run on with the pigskin?
Yes, ma'am.
This season? Okay. As far as Viking Hall, my little feelings hurt looking at Viking Hall like that, because I'm a Normandy alum. I've spent plenty of my nights after school in Viking Hall. So will that be available for the basketball team to play their games this fall?
That is the plan. Yeah, so we have not started construction yet. We're just, like I said, we're in the selection process, and we're ready to make a recommendation to the board for, to the district for the contractor who will be selected.
Okay, and then I want to state last, when you plan that committee for the facilities plan, don't forget alumni. Because we know there was plenty of times where we wanted certain things as athletes and students, and we didn't get to have. So we kind of know what we want and now what our kids want, because most of the alumni do have kids in the district. So we know what it's like to not be able to play Friday night football. We know what it's like to have Viking Hall, to have our Christmas tournament. Christmas tournament was the big thing people were coming from as far as Nashville. We had and one. I don't know if people remember and one, but it was there. We had LeBron James before he was LeBron James. So make sure you get the input of the alumni also, the parents, everybody who you said yes, but please don't forget the alumni.
So I will say this. It is your decision who we talk to. I'm not going to tell you who you're going to talk to. I'll make suggestions as a consultant, but then you're going to tell me who we're going to speak to. And Mr. Humphrey is your representative for the small committee. And we're doing the smaller committee because it's efficient. And then we go into the micro committees because it's going to also be efficient. So we'll have representatives from whoever constituents that you want to be represented in that room, but it won't be everyone. Maybe we may have, after your discussions, we may have a town hall meeting where we can have multiple comments about the facilities and different things like that. But I intend this to be a very collaborative endeavor. So for the next few weeks, we're gonna start scheduling things, and I'm hoping that it works with everyone's schedule, because we have to move in a timely manner, because we also we have the funding that's going to, if we don't spend it, it's going to be lost. And so there's a lot of factors that play along with this, but not to be too observant on the fact that it's going to move fast. We're going to take our time. So Dr. Triplett has asked us to stair-step this, not to go fast, but to go very slow. So that's why it was said that this was just a kickoff meeting, and we'll continue to have conversations.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm great.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Good to see you.
In regards to, I noticed that you had on there something about a guard hut. Now, it has been a while since I've gone past the bus lot. How is it being secured right now?
The guard hut.
Yeah, on your
You're talking
your
about
presentation,
at the
you
bus lot.
had guard hut.
You're talking about the bus lot.
Yeah, but I'm talking about right now. How are the buses being secured? Are you?
It's
do you know?
locked. It's a
locked.
manual gate.
It's a manual
It's a
gate.
manual gate, and it's just locked with lock and key, right? Yeah.
So they have someone that's there continuously. Is it being monitored?
Miss Evelyn Days is there monitoring it.
Miss
No,
Evelyn
no,
Days,
right now
okay.
there's no. So currently the buses. So there's a number of things why it needs to be secured. Is that the EV stations, the EV the charging stations are always on.
Okay.
So we don't want anybody just coming in there, plugging up their vehicles or unplugging, all those different things. But we're in evaluation right now. And the guard hut is being, Madam President asked us to take another look at that guard hut, and we're taking a hard look at that. Dr. Triplett has also given me direction to see if it makes sense to do it, and if there's other ways that we can do it with technology rather than putting an FTE in a space like that. So it's possible that that's going to go away. But we're all looking at cameras with Zach, and we're also looking at it with our securities team and making sure that we're putting the infrastructure in place so that it's ready.
Okay, I asked that question because I know with those being electric buses, and I know with those stations being there, you would definitely have to make sure that you have a secured location. I think something was mentioned about a key codes where
Key card. So key card
where
the bus,
maybe
yeah.
the drivers could just come up and do a card.
Yep, card
And-
or clicker.
or a clip. So, will there be on duty security? Because if you're going to have the electric gates with the key cards, will there be staffing there, continuous staffing? I guess that's my question.
Well, that's not a question he can answer.
Yeah, that's not for me.
So we can, we can discuss that because,
Okay,
yeah.
that's my concern. Thank you.
No problem.
Good evening, Jossie. Thank
evening.
you for all the work that you do. I have no questions at this time.
Good evening. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned earlier that whether it was jokingly or seriously, you mentioned that the director of operations is securing the guard shack, the guard hut. And so my question is, how involved is she in making some of these determinations as to how these things are developed and play out?
Very involved. She's at every meeting. She comes to the bond meetings. We had conversations where we walked the site with Evelyn Days and made sure that the staff was also included in the conversation, which is one of the reasons why we pushed back on Highland to make sure they re-looked at their engineering team to make sure the buses were put in the place where, because the challenge we have is the facility is, we're dealing with an existing lot. So we're working with the confines of that. We're not ripping down buildings, we're just working with the lot, and their team needed to tell us how that's gonna work with the expertise of the consultants. So yes, she's involved. The joke was that there is no security currently there, but there is security around the campus. I want to be clear about that. And they're making sure that all the facilities are secured. However, with this guard hut, which is not in existence right now, there's no guard hut there. This is a plan that may not come to fruition because we're going to look at technology to also look at how we can secure that facility. So right now, I think there will be cameras there, so that whoever's manning the cameras will be able to see that. But then you won't be able to get in there unless you have a key card, because currently you can break the lock and get in there, but there will be an automatic gate so that the bus drivers can get in there efficiently, in and out, without having to open up that gate manually and closing it. That's the plan right now.
In recent meetings that you've attended, what was the level of board participation in terms of how many board members were there and who was there?
So we have a representative from the board, which is Mr. Humphrey, and in the past we've had Madam President, and also Vice President come to the board. When we specifically in this conversation about the bus lot, they've been very involved in the conversation.
So in essence, the level of participation is at 1 or 2 board members.
That's 3.
Well, that's 3. Well, you tell me.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, the question, the answer,
based on recent meetings that you've been in, the level of board participation is somewhere between 2 and 3 board members.
we have a representative from the board that sits at the bond meeting.
All right.
Thank you. I have no questions at this time.
I have no questions or comments.
Okay.
I have another question. Maybe I'm tired. I had a flat tire today. I was sitting there for 2 hours trying to get that taken care of. I went home and tried to take a little nap. My head is hurting. But I'm making sure that I'm not delirious, because when Director Petty just asked about was Miss Evelyn involved in those meetings, you said yes, and I saw her shake her head no.
She's just.
So.
You want to stand? You want to speak to
Is
it?
she involved in those meetings, or is she not involved in those meetings?
You can step to the podium, Ms. Days, and let us know.
She can answer. I'm not going to speak for her, but she can.
Yeah, because you said yes, but I saw her shake her head
she's
no.
at every
but
bond
then
meeting.
She kinda,
Yep.
yeah. So I'm not trying to put her out there. I'm
No,
just
it's fine,
asking.
It's fine. So there are meetings for the bus that I am a participant in, but there are also meetings between JOSI and KAI that I'm not involved in. So yes in some, no in the other.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you mind speaking to the nature of the meetings that you're not involved in?
I'm not there.
I don't know what meetings you're talking about.
The ones with you, Dr. Triplett.
Oh. Okay.
My name up. Let me speak to that. No. I want to speak to that because I call those meetings. I call those meetings whenever I can't go to a Prop V meeting. I ask to meet with Jossie so that I can be informed on what took place in those meetings. So I want to be extremely clear. No decision is made in those meetings. What happens is in those meetings is clarity and information that I receive from Jossie that says these are the things that we discussed, and these are the things. These are the directions we're moving. So if there's any other clarity needed, I'm way willing to sit with you one-on-one, and we can have those conversations.
Any other questions from any other board members? Okay. I don't have any questions. I do want to say thank you for always being consistently here and having great information for us and the care that you give to our projects. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
I do have
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Excuse me. Go ahead.
To address the board members that are involved in the meetings. I remember a while back you invited us to be a part of those meetings. And so since then, I have attended more than several, maybe 4 or so, but not in attendance at all meetings. So I just want that to be clear. Any decision-making that's made at those meetings, Jossie, make sure he comes to this meeting and update the entire board about all the conversations that happens in that meeting. So I just wanted to state that for a point of clarity.
Yeah. And I'll also add that all of our meetings have meeting minutes, and we send that out to the district. It is for public consumption. Anyone who wants to see it can see it. And also, all of our meetings that we attend, we send minutes out. So, and so those things are covered, from that perspective. So if anyone, again, you're welcome to come to the meetings. It is more efficient when we have a smaller group because the decisions that are being made need to be made by that group that has been selected. But again, anyone is welcome to the minutes that have been provided from those meetings.
I would like to make a comment before you leave off, Jossie. It's a trail that I give you a hard time, but that's not what I'm doing at this moment. I think what me and a few of my board colleagues are saying, it seems to be that they're sitting in these... Ooh. We have representatives in the meetings, and we don't hear anything back from them. But if it was vice versa, they would be expecting information from us.
Got it.
So that's where the transparency thing comes in. That's where it seems to be only this set or this person is allowed to come and not everybody. So I understand that once it's more than 4, it turns into a quorum.
Right.
But if we were getting reports back, I don't think that myself or maybe my board colleagues would feel a certain type of way.
How can I assist?
Can I? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you can give us this right here.
Yeah.
I think this right here. Had we gotten this after your meeting, and it's not against you, because I've seen you be at community events when KI ain't had nothing to do with or nothing to say. Okay. But what I'm saying is, had we gotten something like this, I think we'll feel a little more comfortable with there being meetings. We having board representatives, and we're not knowing anything about it.
So we talked about that document, and in the nature of the way that the board docs are given is 2 weeks before this meeting is. So we had this last week, and we talked about giving it to Ms. Rigsby, and I think she has access to it, so it can be updated and provided to the board. I will make sure that I do my part and make sure whatever information is shared is given to the board representative. But after that, that's where my...
Because we don't need to go back and forth about it. We just would like to be informed.
Absolutely.
That's a part of transparency when it comes to this community.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Joshy. I greatly appreciate you.
I think we all do. But let me add one point of clarity. One of the things that I think has been an issue is that we have these committee meetings and people have not had an opportunity to hear what's going on in the committee. That is why point number 2.03 was added to the agenda. That is exactly what that is. It is an opportunity for people like our representative for the KAI meetings to be able to present and to share whatever it was that was discussed. The same thing with our MSBA representative or our special school districts representative. That is not something that historically on this board that we've made space for. And it's something that Dr. Triplin and I talked about because we think it's important for everybody to be able to hear what goes on in those meetings. So that is why that space was created. So that wasn't created, for me or for him. It was created so that you all could have that information.
Let me introduce a term for the purposes of real clarity. And that term is simply going to be showmanship. A general invitation to a meeting does not constitute a specific place, date, or time whereby which an individual could attend the meeting and participate in the meeting. Sharing information after decisions have been made, that does not constitute input or involvement. That's simply showmanship. So now I understand that there are time-honored theories and beliefs, like there are two sides to every coin. So we can parade people up here and say the head side of the coin or the tail side of the coin. What we have to do is focus on the facts and focus on what we have real evidence that points us to truth.
I'm
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand Dr. Petty's, that whole piece.
He just said in the comment.
Oh,
I think we're all in agreement. We just want to be transparent, give information where information needs to be given, and make sure that everybody's involved in any big decisions that are made.
I don't think we're all in agreement. I think we're just saying that we want to be transparent, but we're not actually taking the steps necessary to do what constitutes real transparency. And we can say that a fewer amount of numbers makes decision-making easy, but we don't get to decide that. That's already been decided by the larger community, and the number that the community has given us is 7, not 3, not 2, and not 1. And that goes back to what Mayor Jefferson is saying about an autocracy or maybe even a dictatorship versus what the community has put in place, which is a board of 7. We don't get to decide that the meeting runs better with fewer people.
So how would you suggest that we handle?
I've been making efforts to suggest that, and as we've said this entire meeting, those suggestions have not only gone unanswered, they have been met with opposition, disrespect, and just basically been dismissed.
I think I made the suggestion on how we could move forward as far as this facilities plan matter, facilities meeting, KAI meeting, construction meeting, JOSI meeting, all of that. I think as long as we get some notes, some minutes, some commentary from it, I think we will be okay. But we're getting nothing.
I believe what Dr. Petty is saying is that you spoke to, or Erica spoke to, one of you did, that we were all invited to the meeting at some point. Was that not said?
Yes.
Yeah. So what he's saying is that no, we were not. We were. You said that we could attend, but then we didn't get an invite. And to what Teresa is saying, Director Pearson, he's saying no, we do not agree with getting information afterwards, and that would be sufficient.
Okay.
We want a voice.
Okay.
We were all selected. We were all elected by the people. And yeah, having a conversation with 2 or 3 people, 5 people, is easier than having a conversation with 10 people. But that's not, we don't get to decide that. We're all supposed to be a part of the conversation. Yeah. And we're speaking for a community, not just the 3,000 kids that go to this district, their parents, and the community that doesn't, that children don't show up to this district. They still get a voice.
I think the dilemma is that we want to all attend the meeting. We want to all be a part of the conversation. With the laws of Missouri on being on the school board, that is not liable unless we're going to make that a public meeting. We make that a public meeting, that means at least 4 people have to show up. That meeting is at 9 a.m. in the morning? I work downtown St. Louis, Carnahan building. I can't be there every Tuesday or whatever Tuesdays at 9 a.m. So you're missing one person. I can't speak for everybody else's schedule. So you may not have 4 people there. So that's why I'm saying notes, commentary, information, being informed from our representative that is at the meeting would suffice. And if we have any more questions when it comes to this board meeting, or if we have any more questions, period, I believe we all have Jossie and Karen's email, and I could be wrong.
We can make sure everybody has it if they don't. Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I just want to make one final comment. I think that I want to continually underscore that we serve at the will of the people. We should serve the interests of the voters. It matters not what our thoughts, ideas, or opinions are, but if the community wants it, then we should be in support of it. If the community doesn't want it, then we should be in support of that. And so if we've heard from Mayor Jefferson, we've heard from board members about the MOUs and things of that nature, then we should put the MOUs on the agenda and vote for them. Why is there a delay? We should not delay what the community wants because of our opinion. We should respond and be responsive to the voters and to the community. It's about what they want, and it's also about what they don't want. And it seems like we're not understanding that we are an arm and an agent of the community.
Madam President, just for clarity, I think Director Pearson said this, but if our board is going to a meeting and it's 4 or more, that's considered a quorum. And if we did not post that or make it for public view, we are out of yes.
Yeah,
yes,
and I
ma'am.
think we understand that.
And
we
we don't
understand
need to
that.
spend no more money on legal.
Yeah, we understand the notion and the definition of a quorum. Again, I go back to the term showmanship. I'm not interested in photo ops and showing up at every meeting to take a picture. What I'm interested in is if I raise a question, I'd like to get an answer. If I'd like to weigh in and have input on a particular situation, I'd like to be heard. I think that I should be able to bring forth the concerns that are brought to me by those members of the community that voted for me. If I'm hearing from them and I'm hearing their concerns and they're expecting me to be able to bring those concerns forward, I need to be able to respond with an answer. So it's not about a quorum and being present in a meeting. It's about having the opportunity to act in the capacity of a board as identified by state statute and election standards. We have, and I want to make this point of clarity as well, we all understand the notion of airing dirty laundry. And I want the public to understand that sometimes you are left at no other choice. And so at the expense of airing dirty laundry, we need to make sure that the public understands the predicament and the conundrum that we're in trying to be heard and trying to move things forward. When you know the right thing to do, why is there a delay? Being politically correct can never outweigh being morally correct.
Other questions or comments?
No, we can go on
Okay.
to 6.02. It is 7:34.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jossie. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jossie.
We're going to go on to item number 6.02, which is the July 2025 year-to-date financial report, and it also includes the May and June reports. And so, if you would come forward.
Okay, good evening, Joint Executive Governing Board, Dr. Triplett, Ms. Rigsby, as others have commented, and beautiful people in the Normandy Schools Collaborative. Great to see you all this evening. I come before you just basically to take a few minutes to talk about the financial position of the district. We have the financial report that we've provided you, the board, with as of July 31st. We've also given you the prior 2 months, June and May, since we had that, basically that month of sabbatical when we were off and not meeting in July. We've compiled all 3 of the months for you of the financials. In addition to that, we've provided you all with copies of the budget document for 25-26. That information is in front of you as well. That's got a couple of beautiful pictures, by the way.
It does.
You like those?
Nice and colorful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nice and
we
colorful.
have included, of course, we have a picture of you, the board, with the groundbreaking activity at the high school on the multi-purpose field, in addition to a great picture with the superintendent's student advisory committee when we had Lawrence Maroney in. And so those are pictures. We wanted to bring to your attention in section 5 there, you had asked for a detailed budget on the specifics, all of the accounts that make up our consolidated budget. And so all of those details are there, including on pages 17, 16, and 17 of that section, the board's budget specifically. So that's information that you have. This time I want to walk through the financials, and with diligent, as Ms. Rigsby's mentioned, we've got a couple of new things going on.
Which one is 17?
I'm not sure where he is.
It's in the purple section.
He says
Thank you.
16 and
Oh, never
17.
mind. 'Cause I have
What section are you
So
in?
it's one section, 2, 3, 4, the 5th section. The front of it says revenue detail budget 2025, 2026.
Got it.
Then you go to page 16.
Thank you, Director.
And there is a table of contents at the very front of the document that'll help you walk through the document and peruse through it at your own leisure. But with regard to the financials through July, year to date, of course, that's just 1 month into the fiscal year, we see that our revenues are tracking at, we had revenues coming in at $8.3 million for the month, and we had associated expenditures of about $3.4 million. So our fund reserves are actually standing in a positive and a pretty good solid state. Our overall fund reserves are at 33.91%, as we have $23 million in savings in the accounts currently through July 31st. Let me say this too, in June, we had some expenditures that came in and some revenues we were expecting to come in didn't make it in until July. So our reserves dropped down under 20%, but we're still strong, but they recovered and they're back up. Again, our overall fund reserves at just under 34%, and our operating levy fund balance is just over between 25, it's at 25.79% currently. So we had, we received during the month of July, $6.6 million in title-related funds from the federal government. And let me mention this too. We're doing well, and we really should be receiving the bulk of our federal funding, but we're losing some Head Start money this year, and a couple of other pieces of money, which to the tune of about $300,000 to $600,000. But we still should be pretty solid and pretty firm. I want to also say this, though. This current administration, while it knows it has an obligation to pay out monies to communities such as ours, they're a little bit slow with some things. And so that's something that we might expect to see, some short-term delays in getting us our money for districts that are in urban areas, unfortunately. But we're going to get the money, and we are getting the money. Moving on, again, we ended our fund reserve balance at $18 million at June 30th. Again, we had revenues of $8.3 million that came in. We had related expenditures of $3.4 million. So our ending fund reserves moved up to $23 million. Again, as I've mentioned, that's roughly a 33.91% overall fund savings reserve, which equates in the operating and the teachers fund to about a 25.79% operating levy, which is strong. And again, as we've communicated, the state has a requirement that districts have, all political subdivisions have, fund reserves in their operating funds of 3%. So we're at about 26%, which is well above the minimum requirement. Some of the things that we've got going on, we've got a lot of important things going on. Mr. Haynes Jossie has mentioned a lot of the things with regard to the ESSER 3 funds and the capital projects that we've got going on district-wide that tie back to that $6.5 million in ESSER 3 funds that we have. And so those things are plugging along. Ms. Days and her group are working with us and the superintendent to move those projects forward. looking at the high school, driving by the high school, having played on that football field previously, I don't know if you all have seen this, but if you've driven, if you've seen it, they've got the stripes on on the field right now. So that's incredible to see that really coming alive. And somebody had asked the question, maybe it was you, Ms. Pierce, on when the track's going to be available. We are looking to perhaps have a ribbon cutting activity as early as perhaps October 4th or around the homecoming. So that's something that communications, Dr. Triplett and I will be working with you all on that, because that's going to be a significant event, because that's going to mean that track is pretty much complete as well. So we've got the ESSER 3 projects going on. As Mr. Haynes has mentioned, we've got the Highland Fleet projects going on. Let me mention this too, by the way. With regard to protecting the assets over there with the depot, the transportation depot, I want to mention that the buses, these e-buses that we're getting, they cost out at like $350,000 a piece. A regular bus, say a 65, 71 passenger bus, is about $80,000 to $100,000. So these buses just alone are roughly like 3.5 times a regular brand new bus. That equates to about $5 to $6 million of just bus, property and assets that we're going to have at that site. So we do want that site to be secured and protected. So we've got some exciting things going on. Again, as Mr. Haynes also mentioned, those buses are due in by the first quarter. We're looking at getting those things in hopefully before Christmas or by the winter break. So that's a great thing that we've got going on, in addition to so many other things that we've got that are going on. We continue to work with the Human Resources Department on the selection and implementation of a new accounting system. So we'll be looking at and considering finalists later this month, and then we will be looking on selecting and bringing a recommendation to you, the board, sometime in September for a provider of these services. So we're doing that together jointly with the Human Resources Department. As I've mentioned, the ESSER 3 projects continue to move forward. Fourthly, we are working with our auditing firm, Mueller, Obergfell, and Jones, on basically the interim audit work right now this summer, and then full-scale audit work. The auditors are going to be on site September the 17th through the 19th to complete their field work. So we want to bring a report to you, an audit report, hopefully in November. This is worth 2 points on the APR toward our accreditation, so we're working on that as well. We're also working on, and I'm working on this directly, we're working on the annual Secretary of the Board report, which is the financial Bible for all school districts. All 520 plus school districts in the state are required to submit their annual Secretary of the Board report by an August 15th deadline, which is this Friday. So we're getting that in prior to the deadline. That's also worth 2 points toward our APR. And then finally, we would like to begin a discussion with you, the board, with regard to the planning, the potential $35 to $40 million bond initiative that would also involve a no tax increase that could also boost our operating revenues roughly about $3 million annually, which could help go toward curriculum initiatives, staffing, salaries, et cetera, right-sizing our salary schedules, et cetera. And so we are looking to really walk through that process with you, the board, all of the details very thoroughly, because this is a great opportunity that we have right around the corner that we could actually go out to the community with as soon as next April with that election. And so those are some of the great things that we've got going on, and that's the financial position of the district as we speak. And with no additional information to report, I'm here to field questions at this time.
We'll start down at the end with Mr. Humphrey.
Thank you for the presentation. I have no questions.
I have no questions at this time.
I have no questions at this time.
No questions.
No questions.
No questions. I just think that the picture on the front of the binder is very, very, very lovely.
I'm going to second that.
Yeah, it's
It's a very nice picture. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No additional questions.
Thank you.
nice notebook.
Okay. With that, we're going to move on to 6.03, what's new in science?
And I think that's Dr. Spray, Mr. Energy, here it comes.
Him and Dr. Weaver must be hanging out with each other because they are a ball of energy at all times.
I see.
I mean, do they come
He's
in Central
always
Office with opposite energy?
He's always popping, he is.
It's 10 o'clock at night and he has a ball of energy.
Everybody else is, okay.
Good evening again. I'm back.
Hey.
All right. So tonight I'm going to talk to you about the amazing things that are happening in science in our district. Science has been my passion for over 20 years. I've been preaching about science for 20 years in Normandy, and now my ideas are starting to come to fruition, thanks to, in part, to Dr. Triplett, and I will get to that part in a moment. So, this year, we are implementing a new program called Project Lead the Way. Now, this whole project started last year when Dr. Payne said to me, my pre-K teachers want to teach science in their classroom. Now think about that, pre-K, preschool, they want to teach them science. Normally they were going to a STEM teacher. I said, all right, I got the best program for you, Project Lead the Way. And then I also had it piloted at one of our elementary schools, Barack Obama. Well, this year, we are expanding this program to all of our elementary schools. So let me share with you what Project Lead the Way is about. Oops, I skipped a slide, sorry. So Project Lead the Way engages students in hands-on collaborative problem-solving projects focused on real-world challenges. Now that's one big key to teaching science, is relating it to the real world. This program does an amazing job with this. How did I get all the way to middle school? I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Hold on. What's wrong with it? Is this me or the thing? Oh, I'm clicking the wrong button, sorry. Technology. That's not where I need to be. I need my own clicker. Can I bring my own next time? Okay, here we go. I think I'm in the right spot. Am I in the right spot? I'm so confused. So the design, see, it keeps going forward on me. This thing is very touchy. So the instructional design of this program is that the students participate in 3 activities. So those 3 activities introduce them to the content. After they go through these 3 activities, then they work on a project. So they apply the knowledge that they've learned in those 3 activities and apply it to a project. And then the final activity of a module is that they have to solve a problem. Using that information that they learned in those 3 activities in their project, they're now ready to take on a challenge of a problem. And those problems are real world problems. They're not just, something fictitious. For example, I'm gonna jump down to my professional development. The teachers participated in 2 days of extensive Project Lead the Way training that I conducted with them. One of the activities that they would do in a kindergarten classroom, I think it was a 3rd grade, they had to build a compound machine that could lift a tiger that was trapped at a zoo. So this is the type of activities that our children will be participating in with this new program. This new program not only focuses on science, it incorporates ELA and math. The beginning of every module, there's a story. And that story sets up the activities, the project, and the problem. So this is what I've been saying for many years. We need to be more cross-curricular. We need to incorporate that ELA. We need to incorporate that math. When we do, into science, we're going to see our scores rise. Research has shown this, that when we teach inquiry-based science, our scores will excel. Can I just hit the enter button? We also have Project Lead the Way at our middle school. These are electives, and these are hands-on collaborative problem-solving activities focused on real-world challenges. Currently, we have 3 offerings. We have Flight and Space, which focuses on engineering, Computer Science for Innovators and Makers, which obviously focuses on computer science, and Medical Detectives, which focuses on biomedical science. And I don't know if you all have this presentation in front of you, but that little picture in the bottom, that is actually a picture of a sheep brain that our students in 8th grade last year actually dissected and labeled the parts of the sheep brain. Now, what's really interesting, I'll just throw this tidbit in for you, the sheep brain is most resembles the human brain. So that's why they use the sheep brain in this activity. Now we'll move on to the high school. We also have Project Lead the Way at our high school. We have a computer science course, which the students work on collaborative projects and develop transportable skills like creative thinking and communication. And of course, again, their learning connects to the real world. This year, I'm happy to say that we will be offering our 4th and final course of this pathway for computer science. So if our students start in 9th grade in our computer science pathway, they will have 4 years of computer science training and Project Lead the Way that could prepare them to either go into the real world in computer science or continue on to secondary education. We also have engineering. Of course, that develops essential skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and creative thinking, communication, collaboration, and perseverance. We have 3 courses: Engineering Essentials, Introduction to Engineering Design, and Principles of Engineering. And our final Project Lead the Way program at the high school, which I'm very excited about this one because we are officially starting this pathway this year, is our biomedical science. This one empowers students to build knowledge and skills in biomedical science, as well as in-demand transportable skills like problem solving, critical and creative thinking, communication, and collaboration. And our first course, which is Principles of Biomedical Science, will be offered this year. And every year hereafter, we will add a course to our biomedical science pathway so that we will officially have 4 courses. So our students could essentially be in the biomedical science pathway for 4 years in high school. Another program that we are implementing at the elementary level to supplement Project Lead the Way, because of course not every curriculum resource is going to cover every standard that we need to teach. We're also incorporating mystery science. And we are getting this program for free. So this mystery science is an innovative program with hands-on curriculum and it's phenomenon-driven instruction. So the teachers will utilize this program to supplement what the students are already doing in Project Lead the Way. At our middle school, we are going to be piloting a new program by Savas called Experience Science. And of course, this program has the hands-on investigations and fascinating real-world phenomena. This also is a free pilot. Then we move on to our friends of the Missouri Department of Conservation. This year, our kindergarten students are going to be learning about bears through the seasons. Now, of course, they're not just going to learn about bears. They're going to learn about a lot of things about Missouri. They're going to learn a lot of things about weather and climate and so forth. So this is a new addition to the kindergarten class. And then our first graders are going to be exploring Missouri. I feel as a science person and teaching science that our students need to learn about the world around them, not about faraway places. So this is going to be an excellent program that our first graders are going to experience learning about the environments in Missouri. Another exciting piece that's happening this year is we have a partnership with an organization or a company called Synergy. Some of you may remember Ms. Carrie Lannis. She was our in curriculum instruction years ago. Dr. Tyrone McNichols, he was a former superintendent. And then we also have Dr. Nicole Williams and Mr. Mike Sadowski. I can't say that name very well. So these are our science curriculum partners. They have been very instrumental in creating our curriculum. So Ms. Carrie Lanis has actually written our entire elementary curriculum. She has also created the pacing guides by the standards for our elementary. And then Mike is working on the secondary piece. They're also going to provide professional development and coaching for our teachers alongside me. And finally, these are our career pathways. Just thought I would share this information with you. At our high school, we currently have a biomedical science, engineering, computer science, fashion, culinary arts, and business marketing. Now, the first three pathways, as you can see, those are actually going to start at the pre-K level. So they're going to be introduced to biomedical science, engineering, and computer science starting at the pre-K level, all the way through high school. All right, do you have any questions?
Good evening, Dr. Spray.
Good evening.
I don't have any questions. I'm excited to see what comes with Project Lead the Way because I have a future surgeon in my home.
Amazing.
She knew about what'd you say, there was a sheep's brain?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she told me that randomly. I listen because I don't know, but I'm excited that our children get to experience different things, otherwise dissecting a pig and a frog. So, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. My mind actually went back to when I was in grade school. And I remember being in the 8th grade. I loved science because I love dissecting animals.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for bringing that back to our students. Mm-hmm.
I'm just a girl.
Thank you for the presentation. I have no questions at this time.
I love science.
Dr. Cody?
I have no questions at this time.
Director Day?
I have no questions at this time.
Director Humphrey?
Thank you for the presentation. I have no questions.
And I'm going to say I have no questions, but you made me smile really big because this looks like exciting stuff. So we really appreciate that because I think the more we can get our kids engaged, they can do magnificent things. So I really appreciate your efforts on this.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Okay, our next item is 6.04, and that's our MAP and EOC performance report. And it's year over year, so 2024 over 2025. And Mr. Taylor's here to deliver that for us. Thank you.
Greetings, Board of Education, to our board members, to our Madam President of the board, to Ms. Risby, and to our fabulous, outstanding, high-performing Superintendent, Dr. Triplett. My name is Anthony Taylor. I'm the Coordinator of Assessment, Data, and Professional Development. And what I'll be sharing today are preliminary scores. I want you to know that they are preliminary and that DESE will release our official MAP and EOC scores in November. In the meantime, if there's any scrubbing that needs to take place, we get to appeal those processes to determine whether our kids actually scored on the levels that they scored on. But these are the preliminary scores, and they're most likely not going to change, but I want to make sure that you know that they are preliminary. This is, of course, our board policy. Our superintendent's goal 1, student achievement, and strategic priority 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. First, we'll look at the EOC and MAP scores for ELA. And what I want you to know here, what I want you to notice particularly a few things before I go through the data. that we tested more kids this year than we did in previous years, and that's going to be across the board. Probably on the average, we tested probably around 200 to 300 students more this year than we did last year. Under the leadership of our superintendent, he absolutely want to make sure that we don't have any LNDs, levels not determined. That means they didn't test. So you'll see a higher rate of students that tested this year opposed to the last year. When you look at this data, what you want to notice is that anywhere you see green, that is a positive thing for us. We want to make sure that on the bottom two levels, below basic and basic, that those numbers are decreasing. And as you look at the trends, you can see that in ELA, grades 3 through 12, that has certainly occurred. On the proficient levels and the advanced levels, we want to make sure those numbers stay steady. We had a small dip in advanced when we measured 24 to 25 for ELA. But on the whole, when we look at this data, we can say that we're on the right track. The increases are modest, but we're on the right track of making progress, and that's what we want to do. And this DESE will also reward us for those kind of growth points that we're receiving. So that's a good thing. Here's a visual of what that data looks like. As you can see, again, you see below basic is decreasing. Basic is increasing. We want to see that. We can see here that the kids are moving toward the left advanced areas, so that's really good. So I know that you also wanted to see the number of students tested for each of the areas and how we have them, how they reported on their performance levels, those numbers there as well. And as you can see, again, we're trying to get more and more students in our advanced and our proficient levels, and I think we're on the right track of doing that. So partially, we're on track to doing great things there. We want to keep those numbers low and below basic. Now let's look at EOC and math. And again, we want to see green across the board, and you can see there we decreasing those numbers in below basic. We're increasing those numbers. Those numbers increase slightly in basic. That's good because we know that those kids we're not losing a lot of kids. We're not increasing the numbers on below basic. Those basic numbers are going up. Proficient numbers went up. We had a small dip in math with the advanced kids. But again, as we look at the visual, we can see that it's partially on track as well. We want to see those below basic numbers decrease and those other numbers increase. And certainly we see that there. When we look at science, Dr. J's favorite and ours as well. I think we'll see here, Dr. J, we're on the right track. And with the information that he shared with us, I think we're going to get even better scores here. We want to see those numbers decrease again in below basic. And in this case, you can see the numbers went over to the basic, over to the proficient, and we had some small gains in advance. Again, these numbers are modest, but we're on the right track. If we look at the visual there, you can see, again, we're on the right track of making sure that we are moving those kids out of the bottom two levels. We don't want kids there. We want them in the top two. When we look at government, we took some hits in government, but I think we're going to get back on the right track with some immediate interventions here. We see just the opposite trend here. We had increases in below basic. We had increase, and we didn't move a lot of kids out of the basic area, and they went over to the below basic. And we also took some hits in the proficient levels, and we didn't have any kids for the last 2 years score in advance in government.
I think here, I think it's important to let the community and the board know one major reason why we took a dip in government. And that's because usually schools can wait to test. Let's say American government, 11th grade. If they're not prepared, we can take another year and just kind of prepare them. Well, you can't do that anymore. If they take it, whether they get an F or D, they have to take the ELC. And so without that extra preparation, you're seeing some of that here.
Thank you for that clarity, Dr. Triplett. That's exactly true. Yeah, it used to be, as he said, that you can wait a couple years or a year. You can wait to the end of your career in high school to take a test. As soon as you take the class, now you have to test. So thank you, Dr. Triplett. That's a visual there. Again, more kids testing, but yet we had some drops there. I'd be glad to take any questions that you may have.
My first question, what is ELC?
And of course.
Oh, okay. Duh.
That's fine.
And then the advanced students dropped with math and reading from 24 to 25. Is there a particular reason why? Did they move to a different group? Were the same amount of kids not tested?
The biggest factor I found is that, as Dr. Triplett mentioned too, more kids are testing. That's for sure. Okay. And also that certainly we put interventions in place to get the kids moving in the right direction. But I would say the most contributing factor has been that we have more kids testing last year than we've tested in the last few years.
So that's why the job. Okay. And then I'm assuming GOVT means government piece, correct?
Yes. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You know, sometimes abbreviations mean other things.
Right.
And I had basically the same question for that, so it's just you testing.
More kids.
More kids.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all that I have. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you.
I have a question. Okay, my question is, when we look at the numbers, it shows how many kids were tested in 2024 versus 2025, and you say that there are more kids. But what is the total number of kids that should have been tested? I mean, what is the number that are not tested?
That's a good question. I get that number for you, but it's probably right around 2,000. I'm sorry, maybe around 1,800 kids or so. But I don't want to guess on that. Let me get back with you on that.
And it kind of varies year to year, depending on how many students take. High school is not like elementary and middle. Okay, there's a certain number of students who take science in middle school, certain number of students who take math in high school, the assessments I'm talking about. Only 9th graders take Algebra 150 or whatever the course is called now. Only 10th graders take English 2, and 11th graders take government and biology. So all of those students won't take assessments at the same time, so that number can fluctuate.
Right. I guess my question is, for each of the categories, what I'd like to understand is how many students did not get tested. And I would like to understand what the process is to try to get us closer to 100% versus not.
Yeah. I can go from memory. I can tell you this, that in our elementaries, we had nearly 100% of our kids tested. In middle school, the numbers varied. High school, we struggle with 11th graders testing. So we know that in our 11th grade, we had a lot of kids that didn't test. We're not talking a lot, not a huge number, but comparatively speaking to the other numbers, it was fairly low. Like 90, I think maybe 90 kids in 11th grade last year didn't test. L&D's levels are not determined. But those numbers can, once I come back before you in November, I probably have those numbers even more once they dust this off.
Because I think that's going to be very important for us, because it's kind of hard. I mean, when I look at the numbers look good in some instances, right? But if we are getting great scores, but it's only a very measured number of students, that's not really telling the whole story. So you really do have to share, what is the pool of people that should have been tested, or else we really are not understanding what's what. I guess the second thing that I would ask is for those, I do understand that it's harder to get an 11th grader or what have you. So what is the process? We need to test them. So what's the process?
Right. Yeah, I understand what your question is. And under the leadership of Dr. Naves last year, and his high school staff worked very hard with making sure, reaching out to parents, calling kids, holding makeup sessions, because we have at least a whole month to get kids tested. So we do everything from knock on visiting other classrooms, gathering those kids up and making sure they get down their tests. And again, I think we're going to be really impressed in November when we look at the levels of non-determined. We want every kid test, and certainly that's the superintendent's goal and our goal as well. But we're going to probably come out unless it's 1% of our kids did not test, and that's probably going to be a really good thing for us. So we're working on those numbers. Obviously, we want to get every kid tested, but I do hear your question.
Okay, thank you.
No comment.
Dr. Petty?
I have no questions at this time.
Mr.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have a few questions. So the data from the ELA and EOC are put together.
Yeah, all of these scores that you see here, this represents, for example, on this page here, in ELA, that represents all third graders all the way up to 12th grade, those numbers.
But all of those grade, no, never mind, that's not. Why is the data put together? Why is it not separated for like?
Yeah, and I've separated it out for schools. Each school has their own data.
Right.
They can see that. So the schools are separated out. One, to give you a big picture, a high-level overview of how our kids scored in these areas, because that's with the way it's shown here, this is how we'll gain our points.
So I'd like to see what the elementary school works really hard, just like the pre-K.
Yes, ma'am.
And we want to be able to see their growth without throwing in. We know that we have challenges at the middle school and high school. We don't want to taint that data to look like that we're not doing anything.
Yes, ma'am.
The elementary schools are working very hard.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to see that data, really per classroom, per teacher, because that speaks to what the teacher is doing. They deserve their acknowledgement as well.
Yeah, you'd be happy to know that principals have this data. They have the data from each of their schools, and one of the jobs that they're going to do, and one of the tasks they're going to do, is drill down exactly like you're saying. They're going to be able to see how kids are scoring by teacher, by grade, by content, by every area. So the principals are going to be drilling down at that.
So
but I'll be happy.
We've gotten this data early this time, right?
Say what now?
We've gotten this data early this time, right?
Earlier, yes.
Usually did this data this early.
Well, you
right?
don't. You get that, but you don't. The data that is scored for scorecards come out in December. So you won't get that. It's embargoed all the way up to that date. What this is a very, very, very small snapshot of stuff.
And you usually get this every year at this time? Because I've heard different, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not sure what you heard, but when we get this information, we disseminate, disaggregate the data and have conversations with building principals.
When do you usually get this data?
Well, the data became available this year, right around, this is August, near mid-July.
When do you usually get the data?
Usually it's a lot later than that.
Okay,
So
thank
DESI's
you.
done a better job of providing us with the
This
data
year.
so that we can get the data in the hands of principals.
So when parents send their kids to school, we want them to have some buy-in. We want them to have a reason to say, yeah, we getting up because we can do this. And I think that exists at the elementary level for us. It feels like a reason for parents to buy into this vision that we're capable.
Absolutely.
If you don't loop in the data from the middle school and the high school that we know we have an issue with. You just said that the government actually declined. We see that with the math and the science as well. You grouped in the data. We want to see what those fifth graders did on that science test. They worked hard.
Absolutely, and I'm sure their scores are as you know, their scores are incorporated here, and you're going to see that in each of the grade levels, I think we've made significant gains, or not real significant gains, but we're making some real modest and growth points on all of our grade levels, because those numbers can't get back. They can't get better by themselves. Certainly, as you're saying, it incorporates all the grade levels all the way through. We'll be glad to get you that data. We'll definitely share that with you.
Are those 9 proficient students in elementary? Do you know where they are?
Not by looking at this, I can't tell you, but I can drill down and get those numbers, get those names of those kids. We can drill down to the name of the kids.
I'm sorry, those were advanced students, those 9 science advanced students.
Yeah. Yeah, I can identify those kids. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's the gist of my questions.
Thank you for your questions.
Mr. Humphrey?
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
First of all, I appreciate the fact that you provide the end, because looking at the percentages, it doesn't really tell the true story.
Right.
One of my concerns is this. When I look at the data, whether it's ELA, math, I look at basic and below. And the word that you used was that we had modest gain. I think we probably need to spend some time looking at this data in a couple of different ways. One, I think it would be helpful if we looked at cohort data, where you look at the third graders and then come back and compare their performance to how they did in fifth grade. I think the other thing that we may want to consider doing is looking at a level of comparative analysis between the schools, comparing all the schools, because right now, all of the schools are working with Solution Tree. All of the schools have professional learning communities. All of the schools have some commonalities. And what we need to find out is that what's working and what's not. Because if we find, because I think one of the earlier meetings, I asked the question, if the elementary principals had an opportunity to collaborate around best practices, and the answer was no, is what was told. And so I'm concerned about what are the systems that we've put in place that will help us move basic and below kids. I understand modest gain. I understand small incremental movement, but we need more than modest gain. So we got to figure out how do we get to where we need to get to? Because right now, when I look at the number of kids, you said about 1,800 kids, and we have 154 that are when you look at, I'm looking at MAP and ELC, between the two of those you have 191 kids out of 1,800 kids. We got a lot of work to do. And I think a lot of times we come forward, the reports are very meaningful. I do understand them. But what I need to understand is what are the strategies that are in place to drive these numbers? Because we can't keep coming back year after year after year after year saying that we have modest gains. We got to get it figured out. And right now, I don't feel like we have it figured out.
Well, I can tell you this. I know that you guys will get a chance to talk with principals, and we're working very hard with principals doing the curriculum and instruction department with all our directors and our coaches. Those are going to be really good questions for principals when you meet with them and talk to them about the strategies that they're using strategies that have been mandated by the district and by our department. So those are good questions to ask the school principals once you meet with them.
Yeah, and I understand that because I know you talk about pacing guides and things like those. Those are all very standardized practices across schools, but I don't hear a lot of innovation. I don't hear anybody trying to do anything different. Because Einstein had a very simple thing. He said, if you keep doing the same thing, expecting different results, it's called insanity. And we don't want to keep doing the same things and come back year over year saying all we can get is modest gains. Our kids deserve more than this, and we got to figure out how to get it done.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
all I have.
Thanks for your comments,
Thank
sir.
you. Can I also add to Director Day and Director Humphrey's point? I think it's really important that we are able to disaggregate the data and to see schools, okay, and to see what's working and what's not. But I think it's also important for other reasons as well, and Director Day kind of talked about that. When one school sees the success, then there's this thing that nobody wants to get left behind. When we aggregate the data in this way, it just kind of makes it look like, okay, well, none of our kids know how to do X, Y, or Z. And that's not true, okay? So we're kind of doing them a disservice when we don't celebrate the successes that they have. We're doing the principals a disservice if we don't celebrate what it is that they do and the work that they've done. Because some of them have done many of you all, almost all of you all have done some really fantastic things. But when you look at it in this way, you can't really see it. I guess the other part that I would add as well is that and again, this is kind of to Director Day's comment. A lot of our successes are happening at those lower grades. A lot of it is in our early learning center. That that's where we're building that foundation, and then propelling them into those next levels. Okay, and so it seems to me that there would be much benefit in there being a lot of synergy and a lot of conversation between the early learning center and those elementary schools, between the middle school and the high school. So that, if we're preparing the middle schoolers to go to the high school, what is it that the high school, needs to be able to see? And so I'm real concerned sometimes because I see lots of kind of silos. The data's in silos, how we talk is in silos, how we work is in silos. And in 2025, everybody's doing matrix, okay? Meaning we're working, across lines. Okay, we've got to communicate and synergize.
Yeah,
And I'm not really feeling that.
I don't mean to cut you off,
No,
but
no,
I want to mention this, that principals do get a chance to collaborate, and so that no one's working in silos.
Okay.
That's not happening.
Okay.
One of the things that's going to happen really soon, I think at our next principals meeting, under the leadership and direction of Dr. Nisha Taylor, they're going to be combing through this data at the next principals meeting. And that'll be a great opportunity for them to do some best practices and talk to some of the schools score well. Some of the schools are struggling in some areas. Best practices are always shared among principals. And so I don't want to give the impression that that's not happening. Neither do I want to give the impression that they don't see this, they don't see how schools compare to each other. Because when Dr. Tripoli gave me permission to release these scores, I related to everybody sees everybody's scores, so they get a chance to see that. Okay. What's missing from this presentation, I'd be glad to help you with that, is just showing you the school by school comparisons. I just didn't do it this. I want to give you a high level overview.
Okay.
And so, and so typically, that's what this venue is for, the high level. Okay, if you guys would like for us to present differently, we'll present differently, but it'll take longer. But typically, we give you the high level view of what the scoring looks like. Even when we do the APR and later on this year, it'll be the high level. If you want us to go a little deeper, that'll take a little more. So we can always present you with a report.
I just think we need the backup. I think we need to understand the backup. And
Okay.
And
Okay.
one thing that I would also add, once the school gets this data, okay, we need to get it down to the child, okay, so that we actually, and I'm sure you probably do, but I'm just saying, we need to get it down to the child so that we need to know what do we need to do for Johnny versus what do we need to do for Sarah. Because, and if we need to make adjustments in how we are staffed or supported or whatever it is, we need to know that because cookie cutter does not work for us.
And we don't have that approach. And what we do, we drill down to root cause analysis. One of the processes that principals have to do is to look at the 5 whys, look at the root cause analysis. And that's really important. And we do get down to each child, differentiate in small groups and pieces like that. You're going to have some good questions for building principals because that's what they do. That's the work that they lead at their building level.
I think Director Day and then Director Petty, you had a question also? Okay, so we'll go.
I don't think that you have to go into great detail more than having that information available. That was need to know information. Right. When we go through when Jossie presents, Jossie spends way more time than what he spent with what he had, 14, we spent way more time in details talking about athletics than we do about the importance of academics.
And again, we can present out the way the board wants us to present out. Typically, this platform is for high level things. Now, if you want us to go in detail, we're way more than happy to do so. But we need some guidance from you if that's what you want and how you want to present it.
I've asked for that, but okay.
We have a
you
work
said that you've
session.
had this. You said that you had this data since July, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a parent, I've not seen this data, and it's
You
August.
wouldn't have seen it as a parent. You wouldn't have seen this data as a parent.
But
I want to be clear. This is not data to be disseminated in that way.
Right.
Okay.
you do have per
This
student.
is not data to be presented in that way. We can have another conversation about how and who gets this data. Okay. And
You said that you have data per student.
So how
Do you have
about we
student
add
data?
this information to our work session?
No, I mean, Jossie presented for long. Can he answer my question? Do you have per student data?
Yes, we have data that is preliminary. It's not scrubbed yet. DESE hasn't gone through their process to make sure that those numbers mean what they mean. So this preliminary data, when official data is released, which is going to be like November, December, as our superintendent says, that's the data that's public. That's the final destination of the data. Right. We don't want to give you something, for example, that says your child or son scored on proficient level. And then after DESE does their cleanup and they find out that the child missed more numbers and the kid shows up to be below basic, that gives you the wrong information. So we have to make sure that we have official scores. These scores are not official. I mentioned at the beginning, they're preliminary. The state has to do their cleanup. We have to appeal process. We have appeal process that we can go through. We can challenge numbers and those kind of things. That hasn't occurred yet.
Okay, so let me. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Petty.
We've been here for about 2.5 hours now, which means that it's probably easy for us to start to tune out and start losing some of these points. But I think it's important to just point out what we've just heard because it's emblematic of what we've been discussing this entire meeting. Director Humphrey said that information has come to him that building principals are not collaborating around best practices. Then you, sir, stand there and say that building principals have these opportunities to collaborate around best practices. How then do we know what is true? Is he lying? Does he have bad information? How do we know what's true in the absence of real evidence? And that is the cyclical conundrum that's making all of this problematic. So yes, we've been here 2.5 hours, but I'm still listening. I did not intend to comment on this portion of the meeting, but it's important to point out what is symbolizing the concerns. We have a president that's asking for information. On Saturday, I spoke to a board member who said that they requested that we get this information. So it's disingenuous to the process to get to the meeting and request it, when if a board member had the opportunity to have input, the information would have been requested and it would have been presented here today. So this is not directed at you. I'm just using these particular points to say this is what is the concern and this is what we have to address and this is what the public needs to be aware of so that they understand that those individuals that they have elected are making an effort to wade through all of this. And it's very difficult to wade through it because it's almost as if there are intentional blockades and barriers. He says one thing, you say something else to directly contradict it, and we all sit here and listen to it and let it just go on. That's sad.
And just to clarify, I only said what I said because I asked the question in an earlier board meeting, and that was the answer I was given. So it wasn't like I made it up. It was said in the meeting. All I did was restate what was said.
Yeah. And I think we can go on and on and on with what individuals and their emotions think, but the truth of the tale is those folk who are in the trenches doing the work. That's where the pedal hits the road. We can assume and we can say all of the things we want to say, but these folk out here are the ones who are doing the work every day, who's collaborating, who's making things happen. It's not me, it's not board members, it's not Mr. Taylor. There are teachers, there are support staff. Those are the people who are doing the work and who are collaborating. We're ensuring that they get the tools they need to collaborate and do the work. So if one person says one thing, we know another thing that to be true.
Okay, so I guess I suggest that we have work sessions for a reason. So the questions like this can get the full out answer. Because we spending, it's 8:30. But anyway, but to go back to the teachers having the information, I've been out of school for a nice little minute. But I do remember teachers, if you having a certain student or a student has a certain path, that teacher passed that along to the teacher that the students go to. I'm not sure if that's still the process
happens, yeah.
or the procedure, but I guess we would have to ask building principals, grade level principals, whatever the case may be. It would be nice if we can get some type of information, or if you want to just give it to one specific board member, because to me, what it sounds like you're saying is DESE has the map information. They give you partial, so you can.
Right, to start working.
I ain't gonna say that, but they give you partial.
Yeah, it's done in increments, yeah.
During the summer.
Yeah.
They give you after they've scrubbed it, after they've washed it, after they've put it in the dryer. They give you the rest of it November, December.
That's
And
correct.
that's when you really see what the scores is. So maybe we need to say hi to Desi real quick. I don't know. But we talking in circles. We're not getting any information. And that's what, again, work sessions are for. So if you want to give us some of that information during the work session, I'm pretty sure somebody would like to add it to the agenda, not me because I'm not the board president, but somebody probably would.
So what I'm hearing, and what I think is appropriate, what I hope everybody is hearing, is that we really want to know about the educational outcomes. And we really, really, really want to know about the strategies that are in place to move children from wherever they are to where they need to be and beyond, okay? And it's difficult, okay, to know that we've got this work to do, and we are constantly struggling, if you will, to understand and to get the data, okay? What I would love to see is as much clamoring for this data, okay, as we have for some other things, okay? To me, the most important thing that we can put on here is how our kids are doing. And so I want to see and hear more about how our kids are doing, okay? And then one other point, what we as a community need to be doing to help to support them. What else do we need to do? Okay.
Have that information for us at our board work
Yeah.
session next Tuesday, the
And,
19th.
and I appreciate you putting all this together. Okay. All right. So, hang on. Okay. So does anybody have any additional questions for?
I would like to see that data per classroom.
I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
So
She's
when
saying per school.
per school,
I would like
Well,
to
no,
see
we
that
need to take,
data
we need
per
to take,
classroom.
yeah, aggregate the school
give
and
her
then take
that
it on
data
down.
per
Yeah,
classroom.
I'm with you. Okay.
Hold on. Per classroom, that's almost impossible because they don't move in cohorts. They spread it out in school, different classes. So if you do it per classroom, the third grade this year don't look like the fourth grade next year.
When
Don't look
you
like the
give
fifth grade.
that data to a principal, when the principal has the data for
Yeah, the third grade is fourth grade and could be split up in different classrooms or even different schools.
what does that have to do with
A lot. It has to do a lot. You say you want to see it by grade levels,
I said I want to see it per
by
classroom.
per classroom, right?
So I mean, I guess what she's saying is.
I know exactly what she's saying.
Point of order
I know-
here.
Yeah, I know what she's saying.
I believe that that's a conversation that we can have to the side at another time about how that looks and how it can be presented forth. We need to remain on the agenda topics in the order that we are in.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr.
No.
Taylor? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we move on to, we added an item here for the 25-26 benefit renewal proposal. There was a summary template that they were supposed to be presenting. Is that still on the agenda?
Yeah.
Is there someone here to talk about that?
They back there. But I believe
So just for information purposes.
Good evening,
Hi.
Board of Education and Dr. Triplett, Ms. Rigsby, and Normandy Schools community. Yes. Oh, just waving to me? I appreciate that. Just wanted to comment with regard to the benefits. We basically have received a renewal from Cigna. We have actually our partners from Cigna and also from Richard Gaines and Associates are present. But the renewal finally came in. We're looking at a plan to move both the dental and vision over to Cigna from currently the UHC platform. And we actually have a renewal that came in lower. The renewal came in at 9.9% of an increase. That was down from like 13 or 14% of that was projected. So we are actually coming in better as far as this projection. And so with our claims data and all of the other data, this is the renewal that we're seeing. We were wanting to look at a plan to keep our standard healthcare plan stable or at zero as far as the increase, but allow, say, the bio plans and the HSA plans to absorb some of the increase or the increase that's going to be taking place. But it's really imperative that we kind of move forward and get you, the board's approval on this, because we have basically open enrollment just right around the corner. And so we want to make sure that we get all of our staff members that are taking advantage of the benefit package set up properly. So the offerings are solid. And so if you have any questions about things, we can bring forth or forward. Okay. And gentlemen, come forward. This is Justin. He's from Cigna. We have Richard Gaines, of course, his organization, and Rick Gary. They'll come forward and they'll address any questions that you might have.
And I just want to say, we're getting this as information so that we can make a decision and vote on it possibly the next board meeting. I'm not in control of the agenda. I'm just making a suggestion so that our employees can know what benefits they have. Because I've heard too many things that aren't correct, but go ahead. I'm getting delusional now, I'm sorry.
You're not delusional, you're okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Before anything related to the plan and the benefits is directed or answered for you, on behalf of what we have been doing, we did not appear at a meeting in May. And it's very important to us that you understand that we just simply did not know we were supposed to be here. There was no intention for not being here other than not knowing we were supposed to be here. We will always be here whenever you say you need us to answer questions, to address issues. But I wanted to make that clear. You know, we are genuinely sorry for that misunderstanding.
So before you walk away from, I do have a quick question. I'm sorry, y'all. This is just on my head. So we had a meeting last month, June. You were on the agenda. Were you prepared to come to that meeting?
We have been prepared to come to the meeting. I would say this to you. There is an issue that was not clarified. It has to do with HIPAA in terms of not having the ability to provide for you the best renewal numbers that we could. Now, that issue has been cleared up. As a result of that, we have been able to reduce or get reduced through negotiations, a substantial reduction in your premium. Had that been presented to you earlier, rather than talking 9.9%, as Mr. Brooks has said, we would have been talking to you about 12 or 13%. And there are a number of reasons for that. One relates to HIPAA, so we will not discuss that with you, but I'm certain Mr. Brooks can share that with you. The other one relates to the fact that we did not have a full year of implementation of your health insurance plan. And that means that the carrier must basically make certain assumptions about what your plans would be or what your premium would be. So that would be the direct answer that I can give to you. I hope that's sufficient because that is real.
So what I'm asking was, you were placed on the agenda, you were asked to come. Was there a reason that you couldn't come, or were you?
Ma'am, I would say to you, it was not our understanding we were supposed to be here. Had we known that, we would certainly have been here. Every meeting that we have known we were supposed to be in, we've been there. And even some others that we had not been asked for. There is no intent on our behalf at any time not to show up when you ask us to come. Whether we have all of the answers or not, we will always be here for you.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just making sure there's a difference between the May meeting and the June meeting. The May meeting, you stated that you all weren't aware, but the June meeting, I was informed that you were aware. So I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, that's perfectly fine. I like being wrong.
I would just simply say to you, as I've just said, whenever you have asked us to come, or whenever you ask us to come, we will make every effort to be here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Hi, Board. Thank you, Dr. Triplett, as well. Thank you all for letting me come here to speak to you today about the benefit plan. My name's Justin Muhauser, I am from Cigna. I'm your account manager, account executive. Here to support you all, employees and their families with the benefits plan. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. One concern that I know was brought up at a previous board meeting, Dr. Petty was with the concerns with timing of the renewal. There were certain aspects of the renewal initially that we looked at that had a lot more risk that I think would have impacted the financial significantly of the renewal and what the school would have been seeing in the renewal. That we had to kind of just wait and see how that played out when in terms of eligibility was being looked at for the risk assessment. So that had a part to play in with the numbers, with the planning of the budget. I know you had asked to see what steps we were going to take to fix that in the future. I know that Mr. Brooks and I have already discussed looking at next year to see what kind of schedule we can provide to make sure that we stick to and are being held accountable for that as well. So that's some of the steps that we're taking to fix that. Any questions that I can help answer?
Yeah, I just want to say that, again, our largest stakeholder group is represented by the NEA, and we have NEA representation here tonight, and I just would wonder, have you had an opportunity to collaborate with them at all about these processes and helping them to better understand what some of the issues were? Have you had that opportunity to speak with them?
I have not, no. And also, my apologies, I'm new to working with you all. I think I'm still learning myself on how you all operate and how I can better support you all. So if you have any advice for me on how we can all better partner to each other and learn how to collaborate, I'll more than happy to take that advice, and we can go from there on how we all work together.
This to work. Okay. Okay. Did you have a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. This microphone and I are not friends. I guess my question, and Mr. Word is there, is, in our process, is there an opportunity for you to hear from our largest group of constituents that utilize insurance as to what their concerns are, and, are we addressing them? I keep hearing these little things, but then I'm hearing that we're not talking to the person that talks to the people that we're insuring. So
one of the things that the district has done in the last year is that you have added NEA, a representative from NEA, to discussion sessions.
Okay.
After we began last year, and there was some, quote, irregularities in terms of getting started on time.
Right.
Your administration and management decided that NEA should be a part of those kinds of discussions. So they have participated, and we have been at each of those meetings where these kind of discussions have gone on in terms of what are problems, how to resolve those problems, what are the best methods for addressing the needs of the school district and its personnel, consistent with the law and HIPAA. So those meetings are now taking place.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Word, I see you standing up. Did you have something you wanted to add? Did you have something you wanted to add, Mr. Word?
No, I didn't have anything to add. I was just called up here.
Oh.
Yeah, I was called up here.
I think that was my fault.
I'm sorry. I saw you get up. I thought.
While you're here.
Yeah, while you're here. Now that you're here.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
now that I'm here.
Director Day.
Have you had a chance to collaborate with the,
I have not collaborated with
so who are they
Cigna.
collaborating with?
I don't know. I don't know.
Does anyone know?
Let me say, Mr. Word was involved in the meetings. We had earlier meetings going back a few months ago. So I think that's what, so he has been involved in those, where we've had, basically worked out all of the issues that were outstanding and were problems. He was there. We were there together, hashing it out in the evening. So that has happened. So we are, obviously we can do more, but we have actually, pulled NEA in to this process. There's not anything else to say, but he was part of that process. So, but then let me just also say, with regard to this renewal, this is actually, we're looking at the renewal, but we're also asking for you, the board, to approve this because time is of the essence. We've got this open enrollment, just literally, we're looking to begin it in another week or so. After this, we were hoping approval so that we can give our staff, all of our staff members, sufficient time to, look over the benefit package and to make decisions accordingly. So we really want to, we're asking you all for assistance in this important matter.
Okay, so
Yeah, I think we all heard the same
okay,
thing.
so I asked for this subject to be moved to information because quite a few of the people of the board are not comfortable with voting on it. We have a work session next week, so if it's possible, what's your name again, sir? Justin, okay. So if it's possible, where Justin and Mr. Word, you, Mr. Gaines, the other young man in the black suit, if you all can get together and meet and see what the issues same difference. With the program, then maybe we can move forward in voting. When does open enrollment start?
We're going to bring Ms. Gilliard forward.
And then I have a
Because I'm hearing a lot of the staff saying that the coverage does not cover their primary caregivers. It does not primary caregivers, Lord. PCPs, their medication, their services. So I'm not sure. I'm not a teacher. So the way to solve that is to put the people in the room and make a solution. Thank you, Ms. Gilliard. Go ahead.
So, good evening. We have established two committees. We have a benefit committee and we also have a wellness committee. So we have invited the NEA and other key players to those committees as well to discuss benefits for the district. But open enrollment do start August the 18th, which is Monday, it was supposed to originally start this past Monday, but because of the June meeting, which we did have our team prepared to come, but we was told the day of that the benefit was moved from the agenda. So we end up having to cancel it, which really pushed us back. And time, like Carlton said, time is of the essence. And so if we continue to wait, it will be an impact for all staff.
So I know our work session is after open enrollment. When does open enrollment close?
Open enrollment, it is 2 weeks. So
Okay.
the end of August, early September. Benefit year start October 1st.
Okay, so if we could get you all in a meeting in a room. We have plenty of rooms in central office where y'all can meet and get us some information. August 19th, that would be great. Or we can have an emergency meeting or a special call meeting so that we can get this solved. So there's not one of the things that is on our list that needs to be checked off that needs to be done.
So I know that we did provide you guys with a proposal
Yeah.
in the agenda, with the agenda,
A proposal for what?
Yeah.
benefits
Yeah.
for the
it's-
renewal, yes.
But we asked for bids last meeting,
So
right?
that,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Yes.
What's happening that's kind of confusing to us, just so that you know, okay, is that for everything that we have to approve or do, there's a timeline, okay? And so when we know that there's a timeline or a date or whatever, what we've asked is that we be given enough time to get the information, that we be given enough time to discuss the information, and that we then be able to vote on whatever it is, okay? In our session that we had, was it May or June? I don't remember which one it was.
June.
I think it was June. One of the questions that was asked was, because we were talking about the fact that there were some discrepancies about what care was being offered and what doctors and all of that, and also about the cost at that time. One of the things that was expressed, or that was asked, was, since we're trying to renew for 3 years, did we look at, other carriers, okay? And were they able to do the same thing at that rate or a better rate or what have you? That was what was asked. And so one of the things, I don't want people to feel like we're being mean or what have you, but we've got to build in a process, okay, where all the stakeholders, NEA and so forth, know that they were in the meeting, okay? And that we know that the meetings took place, and that the data that we need to make good decisions is presented to us. It is not fair to the board, and it's not fair to the teachers for us to lock into a contract for 3 years if we're hearing from the teachers and the people that have the insurance that there's problems with the insurance.
so I hear you. I think we're talking about two different things right now. We're talking about the broker, the 3-year. We talking about a 3-year contract with the broker, and then we also talking about benefit renewal. We brought up benefit renewal. So the broker and the contract, that is two different things that we need to discuss.
Okay.
So today we brought the renewal of benefits for staff.
Okay, I get that, but I guess help me because maybe I'm not following. So when you renew the benefits for staff, okay, so you're renewing Cigna, all right? We're purchasing Cigna through a broker, right?
Yes, so
Okay, so therefore, if we renew Cigna, we're renewing the broker.
So what's happening
No?
in essence,
Okay.
basically, we're in a space where the broker is still working currently until we make a final decision. That broker is still in a limbo, is still working. But what happens is, so like Ms. Gilliard has said, we're talking really about two different things. You all have asked us to hold off on bringing forth a recommendation to renew the broker for the next 3-year period. That's not, but what has to happen every year, healthcare packages have to be renewed annually. So in order to address the needs of our 461 staff members and their dependents, this is something that moves. This is a moving train that has to be renewed annually. So that's what's been brought. And what we've tried to do is give you, the board, ample time to have this. For instance, we provided this information on the 1st of August. So, and then I think there's a process that works where you've at least had it since like last Tuesday. So we're trying to provide sufficient time so you have time to look at it. And we understand that you all as board members are challenged. There's a lot that's on your plate. But this is something, again, with the delays that are going on, we're bumping up against really open enrollment. Like Ms. Gilliard said, that begins October 1.
Right, no, I understand that. Ms. Taylor had something to say, and then.
I'd like to say something. In our meeting on June 10th, we had this discussion. On June 10th, I asked you, where was Mr. Gaines? Because you were representing him. Today, you come in again today. Time is of the essence. Those are your words. You always say time is of the essence. So if time is of the essence, why is it we always get information put on the agenda right when it's due, And then it's like we're being forced, or like Director Petty said, because I watched the last meeting. I wasn't here at the budget meeting, but I did watch it. It's like we're being bullied into making decisions about anything. And so you even talked about, and I'm gonna use your words, I'm a nice guy. You kept saying that, and you kept saying that. It doesn't make you a mean guy. It just means that for us, we keep saying to you, we're asking for information. And then if I'm looking at my notes correctly, one of the questions was asked by Director Edwards. Director Edwards had asked for the paperwork last year. None was given. The other question was, were there other companies considered? The answer was no. And then you all come back today, and then you try to make it seem like all of this is, well, you know what's due. Yeah, we know what's due, and we want to do what's right for the teachers. But it's not fair to them if we just keep saying yes on these contracts, and there are other companies out there that can provide the same service. And no disrespect to Mr. Gaines or Cigna, but there are other companies that can provide the same service.
Yeah,
So I guess in essence, what I'm saying is, quit coming and saying time is of the essence.
Yes.
Those
So-
are your favorite words.
Yeah, you're right, Ms. Taylor, and I appreciate you pointing that out, Ms. Taylor. When we gave you, the board, this information over a week
In
ago.
June.
So we thought that was sufficient, notice to give you time to review it.
But we asked
I wanna
questions.
cut you-
Sorry, Teresa.
Okay.
But we asked questions.
Yeah.
We asked questions in June, and you did not have the answers in June.
All right, so let me give you some notes really quick, Carlton. Obviously, the information is needed more than a week. So you may need to send the board collectively an email, and at the end of the email, please put "do not respond" in the group. Respond individually. I'm not being funny. I'm just being for real.
Right.
Give them the information in ahead of time. Because obviously it's a back and forth. We keep going back and forth, but where is the solution? I'm offering the solution. Have it done so that we can get this done. So next year, when it comes to it, we may approve a renewal. It may not be 3 years. We may approve a renewal. It may be for the remainder of the school year. I'm not sure. But what I'm saying is we have to get the ball moving. We can't keep holding on to stuff and then wondering why stuff is falling apart. Or, well, we're going to see. No. So get the meeting going, get them together in the room. Do you want me to set the meeting up? Because I know how to do a Google Calendar.
right.
I'm just saying.
We're not giving
get
them
everybody
enough
in the
time.
room together so that we can get the information. And get the information to the board. If you got it, if the information is needed for next board meeting and you got it today, give it to us tomorrow.
And so my final comment would be, I keep referencing the stakeholder group of the NEA because they represent the largest number of constituents that use the insurance. If you were talking to them, what I believe you would hear, because in my conversation with them, what I'm hearing is they don't want this product, which is why I'm asking you to have that conversation so that you can come to your own conclusion. See, shared leadership, shared experiences. You need to have that shared experience of hearing from the teachers. They don't want this. And so you don't get the right to ask me to put a noose around my neck and vote for something that the teachers don't want. And then they think it's on me. It's not on me, and it's not on the board members. So you need to have that conversation and understand that if that's not what they want, then that's an issue because we have been voted in to serve the constituents. It's not personal, it's business. And so if the board asks for additional proposals, we should get additional proposals, and that's that.
Okay, I appreciate that, Dr. Petty. Let me say this. I mean, I've not, and maybe I'm speaking wrongly if I'm speaking for the administration, but I have not heard that our staff or that the NEA is saying that they don't want Cigna to be our provider. I haven't heard that. Now,
If I had $1, I could go buy me a Stanley Cup.
We do have some teachers in the audience.
We need to probably mobilize and sit down and look at things, but I appreciate you pointing that out. And I think the big picture here is we need to just pull together and we'll do some more due diligence, some work, and then we will solve this problem.
Director Day had a question or comment.
Ms. Gilliard said something like we brought our people, we brought our guys, and we need you to approve this. I'm not sure what ties us to these people or why we have to go with them. But at this point, Mr. Ward has told us that our teacher population isn't happy. And he said it more than once. He's been saying it for a year now. So I don't understand where the disconnect is. We don't have any choices. We're not agreeing to be backed into a corner and just approve any old thing because that's what's in front of us. That's not how our kids' education work, and that's not how our teachers should their insurance, their contracts. It shouldn't be this is all, you get what you get. We're not doing that. We should have some options. Just like when they go in there, they have some options. We said we wanted some options. So if we approve this plan, that doesn't make sense because they said that the old plan, this group brought it to us. We deserve some options to see and compare what everybody has before we say, yeah, here y'all go. That's what y'all get.
So it's kind of one of those things. I mean, just to kind of to sum this up, and then we can go. Okay, yeah, that's right. I think what's really important is that we are collaborative with the people that have to use the insurance. Okay, so what that means is that we need to make sure that we're hearing them. Obviously, there's a cost factor, so we got to make sure that you're involved. But that collaborative spirit has got to be there. And if there are things that are not happening for our teachers, okay, let me just say this. The number one resource that we have are our teachers.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And there's a shortage.
Okay, and there's a shortage of them. So I need to be doing stuff, and he needs to be doing stuff. We all need to be doing stuff to make sure that they're taken care of.
That's why Carson's gonna have them in the meeting so that we can go ahead and get some.
So I think we're all in agreement.
We are going to do that.
That's what we're going to do.
Let me say, too, one final thing I will say, just to show you how committed we are to the teachers. And not just the teachers, all of our staff. But we have our plan, this plan that we're asking you to approve is basically asking the district to eat the standard. So we're eating that, 0 increase. Okay, so I don't understand, and so we're eating that because that's how much we care about the district. Now, yeah, there's going to be an expense on the buy-up plan where we're going to shift some of that cost, but the district is fully committed to our teachers and our personnel, our staff. This Cigna, you got a worldwide plan. The network is we're matching the network person. All the doctors are going to be in the network, so we're and then on the dental and the vision side, it's top shelf. So really the plan that we're asking for is basically the district is eating that 9.9% increase is largely eating that. So this is not so to say that we are very much committed to serving our teachers and our staff members.
But please hear me. Don't tell us that you're very much committed. Show them that you're very much committed. Show the teachers and show the staff through action, not through words. Yeah. That's what they want.
Yeah,
so
I second
with
that
all
emotion.
due respect, I appreciate you saying it, but that's not enough. And we've been saying all night that that's not what's going to get it. Don't tell me. Show them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I think we're in alignment on that, board. Yeah. Okay. So no, it's not. There's not a vote. We have it as an item for information. Yeah. There's not a vote. Okay. Sir, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to all the teachers in the room, I'm very sorry if you all are unhappy with the plan. We have 24/7, 365 customer service. I know I've spent a numerous amount of hours over the year trying to fix our initial implementation issues. We have been dedicated to the district. We will continue to be. I think Ms. Gilliard's team has my number on phone or on speed dial. So if you all need help with anything, we're happy to set up office hours. Come sit with the teachers, however you want us to be utilized. We're more than happy to. I think there's also a misstep in possibly some communication too, because there's a key factor in this that is often missed, and that's the provider's office. If they send us the wrong code, things get billed wrong, things don't get paid. So we're more than happy to offer more transparency around that. We're more than happy to come out and sit with each one of you individually, whoever has issues. We don't want anyone to feel like Cigna is a bad choice. We're often more expensive because we're considered white glove customer service, and I'm sorry that you all have had issues, but we're here for you. I just want you to know that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
And thank you all for
Mr.
coming.
Word.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Word.
Okay, I think that concludes everything in items for information.
Wait,
I'm
one
sorry.
sec before they walk completely
wait,
away.
Wait.
Director Pearson was stating that our work session is next Tuesday. So we expect that the meeting take place, and then we have results at the next meeting, which is Tuesday, for our work session. I just want to make sure that's clear.
That's clear. You're more than welcome to join us, Justin. I mean, you all too, but
Only Justin.
it's next
Next
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Same place, same time. Hopefully we
Same
won't be
back
here this
channel.
long.
Yeah.
By this time next week, we'll be at home.
Okay, okay, by this time.
I will be.
Okay, that ends section 6 point everything.
6.5.
6.5, thank you.
Next 7 items of
Now we're
discussion
going
and
on
action.
to 7.01, which is the board resolution for SDZ, Success Design Zone cohort number 4. Hello, how are you?
The truth?
No.
It's all good. It's all good.
I hope all is well.
It's all good.
Okay. All righty. Good evening to the board and the superintendent and my illustrious Mrs. Rigsby. My name is Dr. Teresa Wright Frazier, and tonight I'll be sharing with you updates on our district's participation in the Success Ready Student Network. This aligns to the superintendent's goal 1, student achievement, and our district strategic priorities 2.1, adopt and implement standards aligned and culturally responsive early literacy curriculum and assessments with a strong focus on foundational literacy skills. 2.2, adopt and implement standards aligned and culturally responsive ELA curriculum, that's English Language Arts, and assessments. Adopt and implement standards aligned and culturally responsive mathematics curriculum and assessments, pre-K through 12th grade. In the spring of 2022, the Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education commissioned the Success Ready Student Network to focus on reimagining current assessment and accountability measures through stakeholder engagement and school districts engaged in innovative zones. These recommendations revolve around student learning being supported by a competency-based learning mindset. These innovation zones, our district joined the Innovative Learning Design Zone in the spring of 2023. We have already begun to demonstrate application of competency-based learning principles. We have participated in monthly professional learning with surrounding school districts. At this time, we wish to join the Systems Design Zone, where we engage in additional professional learning and work jointly in preparing state and federal waiver applications. To proceed, this work will need to be endorsed by a board resolution showing that you are in support of this work. Much of this work is grounded in competency-based learning. Here are the 8 elements of CBL, competency-based learning. I want to place special emphasis on element 7, rigorous common expectations of learning. Knowledge, skills, and dispositions are explicit, transparent, measurable, and transferable. Our district has made this a foundational practice, ensuring clarity, equity, and consistency in learning expectations across all of our schools. On July 31st, the U.S. Department of Education chose DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, to pilot an innovative state assessment program that moves beyond the traditional EOY, end of year testing, to offer modular assessments given throughout the year to provide timely feedback, as this was a criticism of the current assessment structure. It is important to note that anytime there's a shift in assessment, there must be an equal shift in teacher capacity, student engagement, and instructional methodologies. Districts in the system design zones commit to creating personalized and real-world learning opportunities through partnerships, research, and collaboration. Using these efforts, Normandy will help shape reimagined assessments and accreditation systems while serving as models for other educators and stakeholders statewide. Here you see districts throughout the state that are participants of the Success Design Zone. Surrounding districts are Lindbergh, Parkway, Packenville, Ladue, Hazelwood, Jennings, Clayton, and University City have recently joined. There are many benefits to joining the System Design Zone, and one key advantage I want to highlight is that our district will have direct involvement with collaborating with DESE in redesigning assessments and helping influence statewide decisions that will better reflect local priorities and drive improved outcomes for all learners. Again, I'm asking that the board sign the board resolution in support of this work. I'll be happy to answer any questions and hear any feedback you have at this time.
Let's start on Andy Kincher.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. I have no questions at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, no questions.
No questions.
Director Payne.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. This is exactly what we needed, and I'm glad that this has been a part of tonight's proceedings.
Good.
Director Dan.
I have a question. How often are they testing?
That depends on the LEA control, actually. They're broken into smaller modules, and how those are shared to the students is for us to be able to decide. And part of being a part of this network will allow us to have voice in what that looks like. But the image that DESE has set forth, and that's the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, is that we will have local control based on when those are offered. And you're talking about each school and having some autonomy. Teachers in schools and principals and the superintendent could also decide by school when students would take those tests.
So this is in conjunction with already. They're still gonna take already tests, right?
That hasn't been determined what those smaller increments will look like.
Right.
This is future casting.
One of the benefits of this work is that the map may be our benchmark. We may be able to have students take the map a couple of times, several times per year. So the map could very well be our benchmark, and what's better to be a benchmark than the actual test?
And you will reduce the amount of testing as well. So if we do go to that model, then that's one less test and more instruction that students could have.
So right now, are you only using iReady? Are they using other tests, like
Yes.
benchmark tests?
Yes,
How many times does, like, let's just say third grade, how many times does third grade test?
Over the course of the entire school year? They take iReady assessment 3 times a year. I can speak to mathematics. They take unit assessments. Along with the work with Solution Tree, they build unit plans, and part of that unit planning is an assessment. But best practice, you assess with a formative assessment. So that is not for a grade, that's to inform instruction. So assessment can look a lot of different ways depending on how you're using that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to clarify something. With the Success Ready network, I think I had been told earlier, and you can tell me whether or not it's right or wrong, that I think part of the Success Ready network was moving away from the use of the map for accreditation purposes. And then secondly, because MAP it really can't inform instruction because it's lag data. It comes out so late in the year. And so what my understanding was that each district that came into the Success Ready Network would be using their own internal benchmark assessment as the data for accreditation purposes. So if I'm incorrect, you can clear that up for me.
So that's the curveball that was thrown this summer. They moved from what you're talking about to keeping MAP as the assessment tool, and so but they threw some other things in there, and one of those things is that it's not a one testing time that we can take the MAP, and also in doing so we could use MAP. After everything, after the entire process and the approvals and all of that and the waivers, we can use MAP as a benchmark to be able to inform instruction at the beginning of the school year.
Because basically what they're going to do is put it in smaller chunks. So say, for instance, at third grade, they may be introducing multiplication. So that chunk of the assessment, the students could take that multiplication section right after instruction has occurred. And then whatever that turnaround time is, the teachers could potentially get that data back, and the students would then have some reteaching experiences and have another opportunity to take a form of that same standards aligned test again to show improvement. So that's the current vision now.
I just think it doesn't work for me. But anyway, when you go to this competency-based model, I know Rittner has moved to competency-based, like performance appraisals, if you will, so how they're doing their evaluation, so they're not just giving an A or a B or a C or a D. Is that where you're trying to go with this, or?
Well, the competency-based model and standards-based grading are kind of separate layers. So we can do competency-based learning. We're moving to that now, right? So as Dr. Spray has talked about science and his initiatives and some of the things that we're doing in math, and we have committees already looking at proficiency scales and what's mastery. So building more student autonomy into the daily practice while also increasing the level of rigor in our instruction.
Okay, because that helps parents, I think, when they see those competencies versus just a letter grade. 'Cause that doesn't
Exactly.
mean anything.
And again, we're open to stakeholder input, so we're also still in the developing stages to get input and feedback.
Come to some of the PTO meetings that, he gone. That Reverend Parker is going to host.
Okay.
So that you can get parent approval.
All
Or not
right.
approval,
Input.
opinion.
Yes.
Input. There we go.
Okay.
Have
Any
you,
other
are teachers on the?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a mathematics advisory board. Kate Kane also has teachers involved, teachers and school leaders involved, and so does Dr. Spray. So yes.
So did you say that you're in the process of engaging with these people?
No, they're currently, some math teachers worked all summer. Kate Kane had individuals in, so we actually began having teacher input and conversations to get their thoughts and ideas. Was it last semester? Was it the spring semester? Spring semester, I believe. And then we continued that work in the summer. And that work being, what are your thoughts? How does this look in real life? How would this look in your classroom? How does it impact students?
Some good collaboration. That's good.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, what is it that you would like for us to do?
Oh, wait, let me see. It is, we would like for you to approve, I'm asking that the board sign the board resolution in support of this work.
Okay. All right. There is a request that we sign the resolution for SDZ, Success Design Zone. Can I get a motion for?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. And we need to do a roll call, or are you guys okay with just a generic vote?
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
The roll call vote on the floor is for 7.1, Normandy Schools Collaborative Board Resolution for SDZ. Director Humphrey,
Yes.
Director Davis Day,
Abstain.
Director Dr. Petty,
Yes.
Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
President Milton Roberts,
Yes.
Secretary Taylor,
Yes.
Director Pearson,
Yes.
Madam President, the yes have it.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll look forward to hearing more. We don't want it to be that we did it today and we don't hear about it anymore.
Absolutely.
We want to ongoing hear where we're going and how it's performing. Okay.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
We're now moving to the Normandy MTE Maintenance Package B. So bus lease through Midwest Transit for a bus with a lift.
Oh, ADA,
ADA compliance, yeah.
bus with a lift. What was I thinking? I was thinking a lift kit like a pickup truck.
Oh, Lord.
Somebody need a nap.
It's time.
It's time for her to leave.
It's time for you to go to bed. It's time for you to go to bed. You need to go to bed.
Good evening again,
Hello.
Board of Education, Dr. Triplett,
Good evening.
Ms. Rixby, and community, Normandy Schools community. We are bringing forth a recommendation from Midwest Transit Company. We actually have a student at our middle school that is in wheelchair bound, and we've got 504 requirements and ADA requirements. We don't currently have, or we haven't had a bus with a lift in our fleet, and so we are acquiring, or we are coming to you to ask that you approve the acquisition of this 5-year lease, basically, so that we can transport this student and comply with, state requirements and do the right thing. So without further ado, we, the administration, are asking for approval for this bus. Now, this bus, of course, will be seating several other students, but it has a lift on it.
It's like a small.
Yes. Well, it's actually, this is going to be like a full-size bus, passenger bus, but with the lift, it can also transport the student in a wheelchair.
So the request is that we approve this lease for the bus with the ADA qualifying lift. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Were you not gonna discuss this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. We just kind of went to the vote. I'm tired. I apologize.
Normally, we have the motion and the second, and then we have
Yeah,
discussion after
exactly.
that.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we had to move.
So move.
Okay, did someone second it?
Second.
Okay, so yeah, okay, so you have both those.
Was that Vice President Edwards?
No,
Thank
no, that was Deanna that seconded.
No, I second.
Edwards, thank you, VP.
You tired too?
Is there any discussion? Now that we know that's an ADA.
Okay, she had a question down here.
I do. We have other wheelchair-bound students.
Well, the requirement, we are told that this, this is the specific student that we need to transport. So as far as this year, this academic year, this is the one student that's been identified that will be transported. Now, perhaps, though, if there are other students with disabilities that they're being transported by perhaps their families or their parents, or maybe they're within the 1 mile radius where there's a requirement that they be transported by families. So you may be identifying someone that's within the 1 mile radius, or a student who has declined, or a family that's declined services. But currently, we've only identified one specific student that needs these, this transportation.
You go ahead.
I think I'm kind of saying, if there are other additional students, then we will make that accommodation.
Yes, we will. That's correct.
Is this usually a service that SSD accommodates?
No, this is a service that we, the school districts normally handle. Now, if a school had a large population of disabled students that they may work with, if they're in St. Louis County SSD, to do so.
What is the price difference for working with SSD versus, what is the price difference from working with SSD versus buying
it
a
isn't
van?
so much a price difference. There are laws that SSD basically would be applying services for certain specific things, not transportation may not be one of those things. Now, they had a child that had severe, a disability. There may be something going on where they are working with that family to transport, but again, we don't work. SSD provides us services and all, but we have a requirement basically to provide this lift, and it's not anything that we have to bind SSD on. So this isn't, SSD is made aware of all of our children that have disabilities, IEPs, et cetera, but there's no mandate that they, take on this expense themselves.
I'm not suggesting that it's a mandate more than that, just like with the other thing, have we looked into seeing if it's more cost efficient? Because SSD people would be better trained for that.
So
Well,
let me speak as the SSD representative. So the thing with that is Normandy wasn't in compliance with the ADA regulations, rules, whatever the R word is at this point. So a bus was needed for just to have a lift. Most of the school districts have at least 1 or 2 buses with a lift. We had none in our fleet. So that student may not have any other services that's needed with SSD. So they kind of don't really fit in there.
Okay.
So
well, SSD
that's
still.
fine. Hey.
I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't mean to be. You answered the question, girl, what?
Hey,
okay.
Exactly.
Lady.
Exactly.
Finish your question. Thought, please.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
So SSD.
I'm confused by your question, to be honest with you.
I don't know why.
I don't know why you feel, but I'm kind of a little confused by.
So
by your
SSD
question.
still services children that do not have IEPs, right? They offer extra services.
Exactly.
They can and they
service in St. Louis County. For all of the other 22 school districts in St. Louis County, in addition to, they do serve and service, but again, when they are knowledgeable and they're on top of these things, to say if it's more efficient or if we can, that's the kind of question that how can you answer that question?
Well, let me say this.
You can answer by saying
Typically, so you have 2 things here. You have IEPs and you have 504s. Typically, 504s are your medical diagnoses. Some are covered by SSD, some are not. And some are generated by the district because of medical handicaps and those kinds of things. And so that's the district's responsibility to provide that service or that accommodation to that student or those students.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay.
And I think the real issue is that we're out of compliance because we don't have a vehicle with a lift. So we need to vote and get a vehicle with a lift. Whether we buy it or lease it, we need one.
That's what I initially said.
Okay. So it's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any more discussion? Okay. So can we call for the vote, and we can do a roll call vote? That's fine.
Yes, ma'am. The vote on the floor is for 7.2, Normandy 5-year maintenance agreement. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, for the bus lease through Midwest with a lift.
Yes.
Director Pearson?
Yes.
Secretary Taylor?
I know it's getting late.
Just had to make sure I was getting the right person.
I had a question, so I'm going to abstain.
No, answer your question.
No, she's doing no.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
President Milton Roberts?
Yes.
Vice President Edwards?
Yes.
Director Dr. Petty?
Abstain.
Director Davis Day?
Abstain.
Director Humphrey?
Yes.
Madam President, the yes have it.
Thank you. The next item.
Thank you.
So much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The next item on the list is 7.03. That is the 2025-2026 AMI plan, which basically stands for Alternative Methods of Instruction.
That is correct. Thank you so much. It is Dr. Wright Frazier again. Good evening, everyone. Good evening,
Good
Dr.
evening.
Triplett, the board, and the illustrious Ms. Rigsby down. All right.
Y'all gonna wear her name out.
I'm getting jealous.
All right, so alternative methods of instruction. Good evening, everyone. This plan ensures learning can continue without interruption during emergencies such as weather closures or health-related shutdowns. By implementing this plan, we reduce the need for additional makeup days, and our plan aligns with both state expectations and our district's broader academic priorities. Beginning in the school year of 2020-2021, a local education agency will not be required to make up school hours that are lost or canceled due to the exceptional or emergency circumstances, up to 36 hours. If the LEA implements an alternative methods of instruction plan that is approved by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. So alternative method plans. Model A will be enacted if we face a full school closure. Students will engage in a fully remote environment through synchronous and asynchronous learning. Model B will be used when digital access is limited. Printed packets and supplemental online resources will be provided. Model C, our hybrid model, blends in-person and remote instruction and allows for a rotation-based schedule for 2 settings. This slide outlines the key components that will guide and support our instructional continuity, regardless of the model we're operating in. You will notice that we are mindful of our students who receive specialized services, and our plan ensures SPED, special education students, English language learners, and 504 students get the accommodations that they need. The following are essential to support successful implementation: a clear communication plan for our family, staff, and students, protocols for monitoring student work and engagement. Assessments are built into the AMI activities, precise documentation, and feedback loops for post-implementation review. I want to emphasize that there will be ongoing professional development on the plan for both principals and staff. Principals will receive regular updates during our monthly principals meeting to ensure consistent communication, alignment, and support for effective implementation. Other aspects of the plan are finance, student support services, human resources, and technology. At this time, I would like to ask the board to approve the 2025-2026 AMI plan as presented. Alternative methods of instruction is what AMI stands for.
Okay. I'll start at this end this time with Mr. Humphrey. You have some questions that you making a motion? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I didn't make it, guys, I'm tired, I'm sorry. Okay, so what has been brought to us is the plan for AMI for 2025-2026 and the various components, and the request is that we approve the plan as written. Can I get a motion from our group here on the AMI plan? Can we have some discussion? Seems to be hesitancy about approving the AMI plan.
So moved.
Okay. You move for discussion, is that what you mean? Or you move?
I thought we needed, I
Just-
was just waiting
he's
for
on
somebody to
hold.
move.
Okay,
so I-
all right. I love my board.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Petty.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we consider approving the AMI proposal for weather and health closures.
I have a question.
Is there some discussion? There you
Yes,
go.
thank you. Okay. Good evening.
Good
How are
evening.
you?
I'm great.
All right. I guess my question would be, will these packets be provided at the beginning of the school year? Will these packets be provided when there is a threat of severe weather? Or when will these packets be given out to the students?
That's a great question.
It is, because last year, on the coldest day with the most ice on the street, there was an email sent out saying that parents could come and pick up packets for their children. If the city of St. Louis is shut down, why am I going to get in my car to drive to the Normandy School District to pick up an AMI packet?
That is correct. So would your recommendation be to provide those earlier in the year?
Even if it's a threat of severe weather, that would be a good time. Yeah. Not the day of.
I guess my question is kind of like, well, the first question I have, when looking at the information that was given to us, I see that it says SIS-K. Is it SISC or SIS-K? Are those different?
It's typically referred to as SIS-K-12.
Right. So we're still using that platform, or do we have a platform with Power School? That's my question, because I was a little confused.
It's Power School.
Power School.
Okay, so y'all
So
might
we'll
come-
make that amendment.
There we go. And then I'm with Ms. V, because I'm one of them parents. If I ain't got to go to work, I'm not going outside to get no paperwork. So we had one of the coldest days in the year, January 6th. We had a big ice snowstorm. Our superintendent did a great job by calling off school. Kudos to you. But let's say we're coming off of winter break and going back into the new semester. How would they look if they don't have computers, or if they don't have the packets, or if they don't have the stuff needed to cover the AMI?
I think the expectation would be to possibly provide that earlier in the school year, so they would have a resource at home to at least get started.
Gotcha. Those are the only two questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Frazier.
You're welcome.
Could I just say one thing before Mayor McGee leaves?
Mayor McGee, you're being called back into the...
Before you leave, I know it may be out of order, and do forgive me, but I do want to say that I greatly, greatly appreciate you and what you did for my family during the services for my daughter. He provided escort from the service all the way to the cemetery. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I guess the comment I have around AMA is that AMI, is that it seems like we're losing traction. And what do I mean by that? I think in 2022, well, there was a period of time that we were K-12 computer, where every kid had access to a computer. In 2022, for some reason, it stopped because I know that right now they have the classroom cards so kids have access to them, but the problem with having an AMI packet is that we're in the year 2025 and we got to figure out how to leverage technology in those kind of times. I know it's going to cost more money to do it, but at some point we need to look at that and see what makes sense, because when our kids leave, we often talk about the portrait of a graduate and what the kid's going to look like when they leave the school district, and one of those things is to be techno-savvy. And we can't do that if we're not making the tools available for our kids. So I think as part of that AMA, we need to look at what can we do. We may not end up K-12, but at some point it's got to be high school, middle school, or somewhere in there, because depending on a packet in 2025, it could be problematic. And so I just think let's kind of think through that and find out if what we're doing is the best possible way to do it.
And let me say this. In a perfect world, I totally agree, and I agree even not in the perfect world. However, we're not in the perfect world, and there are barriers that prohibits all of that. Because when you do that, there are hot spots. I mean, there's just a whole gamut of stuff you have to worry about. What does warranties look like for damaged goods? I mean, it's a lot of things you have to worry about that we're not taking into consideration when we say these kinds of things. But I would love to be one-on-one with technology. We're just not there. We can't find the right people to offer warranties for cracked screens and broke devices and replacing and then, you know, also devices age out. So then there's another piece to that puzzle. So I'm not offering excuses. I'm just offering realities.
And I do appreciate that, but even in the realities that we're dealing with, if we want it to be a reality for our children, we need to figure it out. I know in the past, the warranty issue, I know specifically in Pattonville, they have a different population of in terms of support and things of that nature in some cases, and they actually had parents actually paying for the insurance for the computer, so if it got broken, we actually paid for the insurance at Normandy. That's how the equipment was insured. And so from that standpoint, we just need to look at the options and figure, because you said you'd like to have it. Let's figure out, here's what I say. Schools are for children. If we can't figure it out for them, who are we gonna figure it out for? I'm just saying.
Deanna?
Well, let's do some homework to see if we can connect with some partners that will assist.
Deanna?
So thank you. I have the same question about the 6K because it's throughout the whole kind of thing. So we didn't have AMI last year.
Yeah.
You had an AMI plan?
The teacher sent
the packets.
The Google stuff via email.
Okay.
So in Model B, it's a both and. It's a packet, and there are tools where teachers post and communicate assignments.
But no
So it's
devices is what you're saying?
No devices.
Okay.
No
And
devices provided by the school.
so there was a part that said Plan C, and it said for long-term, extended period of time. What constitutes an extended period of time?
In my mind, I would think of a situation like COVID, possibly.
It referenced COVID, but it
So
wasn't.
like- So possibly like a COVID situation would be a long term.
So in the plan, it says 5 through 8, or has a middle school plan for 5 through 8. But our 5th graders are at elementary, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're gonna follow the middle school plan?
Yes.
So you want principals to do, or you're gonna,
It would require some additional coordination. I think the emphasis there was 5 through 8 are our more heavily tested grades. It's our middle school students. We don't want to lose them in preparation for high school. Science, math, they take 3. In 5th grade, they take 3 assessments, so maybe the need there was why that emphasis was there.
I do have one. As you're looking at the developing those 3 models for AMI, how much teacher input went into that? Because at the end of the day, implementation of that is at the teacher level.
Right.
It's not in central office, it's not in the principal's office, it's with the teacher. So how much teacher input was given to this?
There will be additional collaboration with teachers because, as we noted in one of the other slides, professional development with principals and teachers and eliciting their feedback in further developing and iron out some of these other issues that you have raised.
Okay, well, maybe I need to ask the question a different way. You have 3 different possibilities for AMI delivery. Which one of those are teachers supporting?
They are supporting all aspects of the A, B, or C. We have different models depending on the need. One is a long term, one is a shorter term, so it varies depending on what the need is at the time. So their teacher input at each of the levels and impacts teachers because they're the ones driving and conducting the instruction, especially the hybrid instructional model. Now, clearly, since there's an issue with device, some of these still have to be further fine-tuned, but this is the initial plan.
Okay. Director Petty, did you have a question?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Director Edwards?
I will say one thing. My concern about the AMI plan is that COVID just happened. And when I'm speaking just happened, I'm not saying in the time frame of the year that it happened. When it happened, it just happened. We didn't have a lot of time to understand what we needed to do to make sure kids continued their education in that time. But since COVID has happened, we have learned that we must be prepared for things like that.
For just in case.
Yeah, or just in case. As I look across just our environment and everything that's happening in our world today, we have catastrophic storms that happen continuously. We can have another tornado, a flood, or anything like that that can impact our children's education. For them not to have a device to be able to access their educational needs and opportunities to continue that, that's concerning to me. That's all I have to say.
I'm going to kind of piggyback on that, but I'm also going to add something, okay? I agree. I think, nobody's going to college these days that doesn't know how to use a computer. Nobody's going to college these days that hasn't done homework, because homework and the rigor that homework requires is what you need to be able to go to college or to go to, junior college, or whatever it is. That's just what it is. So if we're, to Mr. Humphrey's point, Director Humphrey's point, building, career and college-ready students, we have to do the things that are going to make them ready, okay? The second thing that I would add is that we have invested in things like, Power School and different things. We've invested in a website, okay? There's all kinds of programs with, games and resources that are educational games and resources. And so one of the things that I'd like to see is a little bit more creativity and a little bit more tenacity as it relates to how are we going to educate students that can't come to school, and that we do that without putting our teachers in jeopardy, because it's not fair for our teachers in the middle of a snowstorm to have to come out to give somebody a packet. Okay, that's not fair. So, I'm a little concerned because ever since I've been on the board, we've been having this conversation about AMI, and we've been having this conversation about devices. And I would like to break a stereotype, and I'd like to break it right now. Just because something happened, i.e. we didn't get all the computers back or whatever, does not mean that we can't coach people in what it is that they need to do. And we need to not blame the people who didn't give them back when we are the people that are responsible for making sure that they come back. So that means we have to build a process and a way. Maybe we check on them every day. Maybe they got to use them every day. I don't know what it is, okay? But we can't continue to handicap our children by saying they can't. They can't remember to bring them back. We can't keep doing that, okay? Because they're not going to be competitive if we don't, show them how. And the other part of that is when we're showing them how, it's not a threat. It's not a, we're going to beat you up. It's a, you know what? People are investing in you. They're counting on you. Let us show you. And educating the whole community and the whole family, okay? So that if I leave my computer at McDonald's, the people at McDonald's go, whoa, that's a Normandy computer. And the reason I'm saying that is because I had a Normandy computer, because I had a student, and the student left, and no one ever called me about the computer. And then when I tried to give it back, I really had a hard time giving it back. Okay? So we have got to stop saying what our kids and our families can't do.
That is the truth.
And we got to figure out as adults how we can help them to do it. And there are all kinds of programs, on, Sesame Street and beyond that we need to be, I know, that we need to make sure that, we got a website. We got Power School. Why are we not constantly, AMI is for the bad weather, but we're talking about we got gaps, but we're not doing anything to fill the gaps. Okay, I mean, if we just have bad weather and the kid's got a cold and can't come to school, what is the plan for them at home that day because they can't come to school? Okay, and so I'm not fussing at you. I'm saying all of us, we need to raise our expectations as it relates to our kids and say what they can. Because you know what? They all know how to use devices.
That's true.
Okay? If we got to put it on YouTube and have you teaching a class in Spanish on YouTube, okay, fine. Okay? But that should be something that's available. And we have this attitude of we can't. And they can't. And if we say they can't, then they can't. Okay, so, I want AMI, but I want to see robustness. And I also don't want to have to beg for robustness because I've been having this conversation since April of 2024.
Robust,
Robustness,
and we'll
meaning
talk, because I don't know what that
meaning
means.
If we said computers.
But, yeah, and that's one thing, but we'll be able to, even if we go one-on-one, our AMI, the state dictates what
Right.
it covers, and it covers synchronous, asynchronous learning,
Right.
packets, it covers, you have to put all of those things in there, hybrid, all those things have to be
Right, no,
accomplished in there.
I'm agreeing with
So
you on that.
I'm just giving everybody some clarity around what an AMI plan looks like. Those things have to be in there.
And we appreciate that and appreciate how it's been done. But now there's another whole piece, and that is, what are the tools that have to be put into place, and how do we educate the kids, the faculty, and the parents and the community
So that's something
about
different.
that service?
But
It's connected.
It's not in the AMI plan, that's something different. So we can have a conversation about
Okay,
what that could
fair.
look like.
That's fair. All I'm saying is that we don't want to have a lot of boilerplate language that says we checked the box and we created an AMI plan, and then we put it on a shelf, and the weather happens, and we can't do anything. Okay? So we want, just like you do fire drills, we need to do AMI drills maybe, okay? Because the kids need to know how to do it. When COVID happened, my 5-year-old guide-grand told me how to get into the computer, because Dr. Payne and so on had made sure that they knew how to, you swipe this, you do this, okay? That's what we need to have. Okay, that's just me. All right. So I appreciate.
And so we will
Go ahead.
withdraw the motion and make another motion, and we table this for the next meeting.
So can
The September meeting.
September
not the-
meeting,
not
yes, the
not
September
work
meeting.
session.
Yeah, no, don't add anything else to that. Okay.
So let me ask this before we table that. Is there a deadline to AMI for state? Let's find that out.
Okay.
And now if you can get us
And
a date,
so here's why I'm saying that. Because if it's not approved through here, we can't take an AMI day and none of that. So I just want that to be known. So we have to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So what that also means too, as we think about this, is that as we start looking at our calendars and so forth, this is probably something that we should start talking about maybe in June, okay, for the fall, so that we have it, we have an opportunity to ask a question, to get it, that if there's a change that needs to be made, we can make the change, and then to come back and to do it. So, okay.
I
So-
second Dr. Petty's
Oh,
motion.
sorry. It's been moved and properly seconded that we like the information here, but we would like to move the vote for acceptance to our next meeting, and we'd like to see more details and information about how we're going to actually do this.
Now, are you guys also asking for that expectation about devices to be included then too, or?
If that's what's needed.
No? All right.
if you can work on the process of getting devices or a process for.
Yeah, I think that's something
devices
Yeah,
that's
something
different.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not the
deadline
AMI.
was
that's
Right,
something
right.
else.
Yeah, you don't have to have the devices by September. We just need to understand the process. What is it that we have to do?
But I think that, Board President, in all fairness, I think that the board should read the AMI plan first
I did.
and see what's needed, as opposed to saying, put all these things in there and we don't. I think that's a fair ask.
I don't think that we need to put in there, I'm gonna look at you, and I feel really good about your abilities to craft what is needed with the cooperation of your cohorts and colleagues, okay? And with the superintendent, okay? I'm not saying that we're gonna tell her, because I don't.
Well, what I'm saying, we have how long is that document? About 70-some pages, 80-some pages? It's a very detailed document, so I want to make sure we're not missing anything, because that document was crafted with a committee.
Okay, That's good.
You got a
Excuse
summarized
me.
version of the document?
Excuse me.
Hang on, wait a minute. You asked what? Go ahead.
I was asking Dr. Frazier, do you have a summarized version of that document?
It's not a.
It's hard to
summary
summarize.
of it,
Okay.
no.
Okay. And then you
No
had a question.
executive summary.
And then you had a question.
No cliff notes,
Director Hill?
sorry.
So I think what you're saying is that we're not required to have that online. You can have that option, but what we're saying is that these aren't best practices. Our kids aren't getting what they need, and my kids did. In the first grade, went to school virtually, 100% virtually with Normandy. They did amazing. So our kids are capable of learning virtually. It's not best practice. We wouldn't prefer to do that, but it was what we had to do. One of my kids already knew how to log into Clever, knew how to exactly where to go. I didn't have to tell that kid anything. Just pulled up the computer, logged in, went right where they needed to go. We used Google Classroom. We pay for Google Classroom. At this point, we're paying for services and we're not using them. And our teachers aren't incapable. They did it during COVID, 100% during COVID. They used another mirroring thing where they just kick you out when you start doing stuff. Like we can do this, they can do this, and I just think it needs to be an option. If you're going to require, because it's not mandatory, if you're going to require parents to pay for the insurance, then require parents to pay for the insurance. And if they don't pay for the insurance, then they get a packet. Understood.
Any other questions before we move on? Because we need to move on.
We need to vote for the
Oh, we need to vote for the motion, vote for the motion to table the approval of the AMI plan until our next meeting, and additional details will be given. Is that fair? Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right.
Please don't bring us 70 pages.
Okay. The next item is the professional development plan for 2025, 2026.
It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
Good evening again. I'm Anthony Taylor, and I'm sleepy. No, just kidding.
We're going to have you doing jumping jacks in a minute.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you briefly about the professional development plan for 25-26. Before the end of the school year last May, I requested and I received plans from all the departments in the district. That's everyone from the librarians to the security team. They submitted a draft of their plans and ideas. That was then put into the big plan that you see for the district. So every department in the district has their own individual plan that aligns to our district goals of student achievement. So I'm here to ask that you approve the 25-26 professional development plan for the district. If you have any questions.
Okay. All right, so the ask on the table is that we approve the professional development plan for Normandy Schools Collaborative for 2025, 2026. Do we have a motion to approve their professional development plan?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So it's been moved and properly seconded. Are there questions that we would like to ask of Mr. Taylor? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I guess the only question I have is that as a part of approving the professional development plan, is there any way to get some summary feedback from the teachers or the users of those of the professional development in terms of the utility of it? Because it would be interesting to find out about from the users what are they saying about what they're being given. And
Yes,
I think having some of that would be helpful.
Yes, sir. We can put together sort of a generic or contextual fit for a survey and provide you with that data.
Okay, thank you.
And so that you know that that's professional development plan is a collaborative document
Yes, sir.
by teachers and other staff people.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm aware that it's collaborative, but still it's helpful. In order to have a good feedback loop, it's good to give information to people, then have them to tell you whether or not you delivered what they thought you were going to deliver. And so that's why the feedback is important.
Director Day, did you have a question? No. No? Director Petty? Director Evans, you have a question?
No questions.
Director Taylor?
No questions.
No question, just a comment. The slideshows are sideways. I have to turn my neck.
Yeah. It uploaded
Okay.
out of format. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's been moved and properly seconded. We've had some discussion. Can we now have a vote on whether we would like to approve the Normandy Schools Collaborative, oh goodness, Professional Development Plan for 2025-2026?
Yes, ma'am. The vote on the floor is for 7.04 to approve the 25-26 Professional Development Plan. Director Pearson?
Yes.
Secretary Taylor?
Yes.
President Milton Roberts?
Yes.
Vice President Edwards?
Abstain.
Director Dr. Petty?
No.
Director Davis Day?
No.
Director Humphrey?
Yes.
Madam President, the yeses have it.
Thank you. Okay, we are now moving into.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, I'm sorry. We're now moving into the consent agenda, which begins with item 8.01, which are check listings. Okay, wait a minute. We moved this one up. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. We moved 802. And then the board meeting minutes dated June the 10th. And then we left the policy updates on there, if I'm not mistaken. We initially had a conversation about removing some, and we said we could not remove any. Okay, do we need to do these each one by one, or can we do them as a whole?
No, ma'am.
jump?
Consented items we can do as a entire section.
Can we do a roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, can I get a, Lord, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Can I get a motion, please, to accept the items in the consent agenda, 8.01 check listings, the new 8.02, which is the board meeting minutes, and 8.3, the new 8.3, which is the policy updates. Can I get a motion on the floor for that?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded.
Dr. Petty?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I thought
yeah,
that
yeah.
was you.
Yeah. And, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Do roll call vote.
Madam President, the vote on the floor is for approval of the consented items. Director Humphrey?
Abstain.
Director Davis Day?
No.
Director Dr. Petty?
No.
Vice President Edwards?
Abstain.
President Milton Roberts?
I'm going to abstain as well.
Secretary Taylor? And Director Pearson?
No.
Now we will have to do.
Now you have to do individual.
Now we have to do a individual vote. 8.1,
Check listings.
check listings. Director Pearson?
Yes.
Secretary Taylor?
Yes.
President,
Yes.
Vice President,
Abstain.
Director Dr. Petty.
Abstain.
Director Davis Day,
No.
and Director Humphrey.
Yes.
Madam President, the yeses have it for 8.1.
Okay.
8.3, board meeting minutes.
8.2.
Well, yeah, we changed to 8.2.
Yes, 8.2 since we moved
Yeah.
8.2 to 6.6.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, whatever you just said.
Board meeting minutes dated June 10th. Director Humphrey,
Yes.
Director Davis Day,
Yes.
Dr. Petty,
Yes.
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 amen. Sorry. Madam President, the yeses have it. 8.04, policy update. Director Pearson.
No.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Taylor,
No.
President.
No.
Edwards,
No.
Petty,
No.
Davis Day,
No.
and Humphrey.
No.
Madam President, the noes have it.
Okay, thank you. Jesus is right.
That's the one to call on.
Okay, Jesus is right. Okay,
It is the one to call on.
all right. I think, wait a minute, tell me there's no more stuff.
Comments, we're not doing it.
Oh, Lord, there's not anything
I
else
got
in
some
here.
stuff to say, so I prefer
Okay.
we do board
All right,
comments.
let's start with, okay, so we're in section number 9, which is the board announcements, as well as any comments, and we're gonna keep this brief, because we gotta still go to another meeting, so you wanna start, Teresa?
Thank y'all for staying. I'm gonna say that.
We love you.
I don't know how, well, it's some high school teachers in here, so I know y'all was there at 7 o'clock this morning. I know some people from support staff was here at 7:30. I had to be at work at 8, so I saw y'all calls. Anyway, first, we lost one of our former board members and president, Chief Joe Collins. He was the board president for over 30 years. He basically was on the school board my whole career, school career in Normandy, from pre-K to high school. He also was the chief of police of Beverly Hills for 32 years. So, and if you go in any of these buildings that have been built, I guess, what was it, 2005, his name is on them. I attended a lot of events, Black Wall Street, the Leadership Retreat, Beyond the Backpack, the Convocation, the Alumni Picnic, all great things. Let's keep up the momentum. I saw that central office community members in Washington Elementary walked through the community to get enrollment. Good job to y'all, because it was hot as I don't know what. Good job on the newsletter. Our Block STL, they're building, they want to build a financial future for our students. So they have a slot for 37 more 8th graders to receive funding once they graduate high school in 2030. And that's 1.5 million that can be split between the districts of Normandy, Ferguson, Hazelwood, U-City, and I believe Riverview. Girls Inc. are looking to enroll 100 girls from the middle school. All you got to do is contact them, let them know that Ms. Jones, which is the president of Girls Inc., she will offer a scholarship. Sign up for the PTO. I'm pretty sure Mr. Trahan has put that on the internet as far as the websites and social media. Sign up so we can't say we don't have a PTO. Now our voice really gonna matter, and y'all can see my voice as a parent and not just as a board member. North County Co-op Police Department, Mid-County Professional Firefighter Community, and Northeast Fire District have a pancake fundraiser August 22nd, 5 to 7 p.m. at the high school in the cafeteria. Tickets are $20. If you all want to buy one, please let me know. That would be great. Living with Arts, a free tornado relief and experience by Marquise Terrell. He is a Normandy alum, class of 2023. It will be at the St. Louis Art Museum, August 16th, September 13th, and September 20th. October 25th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It is free. I will give all that information to Mr. Trahan. The Core Collective have a back-to-school bash tomorrow, August 13th from 3 to 6 p.m. at the Hub at the Core Collective, 7401 Florissant Road, 63121. Meet the Teacher Night for our district, for everybody, is Thursday, August 14th. From 4 to 6 p.m. except for the high school, that's 3:30 to 5:30, and Bell Norris 4:30 to 6:30. Go meet the teachers, get on their nerves, because I know I am. I hope they ready. There's a community town hall with our district representative, Senator Brian Williams, and State Rep Rachel Prouty, August 16th, 1 to 3 p.m. I forgot to put the address, but I have the information for you, Mr. Trahan. The Alumni High School Association is having its inaugural all-class Normandy Viking Homecoming House Party, October 4th, the night of homecoming, from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. More information to come with that. As far as my comments, sitting on this board, I've seen a lot with personal agendas, accountability, communication, transparency, passive aggressiveness, dictatorship. They don't sit well with me. I remember sitting in a meeting once before, and somebody said, when it comes to the school district, we get a little aggressive, we get a little rowdy. I'm always going to be rowdy when it comes to Normandy. Not just because I'm a former Viking, because I also have a child in the district, because I also pay my taxes in this district, because I'm also a pillar in the community. I didn't get voted in to sit here and take pictures, look cute, or to put it on a resume. My resume speaks for itself, and they don't got to be the school board, because I'm on plenty other boards too. There's so much talk about the problem, but there's never an effective and realistic solutions. Everybody didn't grow up with a silver spoon. Everybody wasn't given the opportunities to better themselves. They had to learn on their own sometimes, and I probably was one of them. So I will hope that going forward, things can improve with our board. I hope that things can improve with our community, because it don't look good. And I'm not just speaking from my experience, I'm speaking from the feedback from others. And by others, I mean people from other school districts that say something. We can't say we want more from our students and then turn our nose up at them. We can't say we want more from our district and you turn down the thought that you sometimes have to meet people where they are, wherever they're at. Sometimes people not up there yet, and sometimes you got to meet them there. Ready readers are looking for reading captains. We keep talking about literacy. Ready readers are looking for reading captains in the 24-1 footprint. So that's all of the municipalities. I'm a reading captain in my neighborhood. If you need more information, please reach out to me so that we can help these kids read. Not just me, not just you, we as a collective. I'm going to end with two quotes. One, Young Dolph. Every decision you make, you got to stand on that decision. The next one, we have a responsibility as elected officials to do good public policy in the best interest of all people. That's by Maxine Waters. Y'all have a good night.
All right, then. I just wanted to say good evening to you all. It has been a wonderful summer. We haven't heard of any incidences, anything that's happened major within the Normandy School Collaborative, and I am so glad about that, because you all know how I feel about the summertime with our children, some of the things that they have to endure throughout the summer months. And so I'm thankful that our children are going to be going back to school, especially those children who have been suffering all summer. Some of them suffer in silence because we don't know what their home lives are like. And some of them are waiting patiently for next Monday so that they can get back into the school arena. I don't know how many of you all know or don't know, but on June 22nd, I lost my daughter, my baby girl. And I do want to say to this joint executive governing board, how they called me, they came to see about me, they supported me, not only by visiting my house and calling me, they actually were at the services. They came out to the service to support me. I want to say to even some of the teachers, I saw many people from the Normandy School Collaborative, even from the school district, who came out. One sister was sending me emojis every morning, and she just don't know how that made my day. I already gave Mayor McGee his accolades because he let me know I'm gonna be there and we're gonna support, not only support you, and not only did they provide a resolution for my daughter in her passing, but they also provided transportation to the cemetery from the services. I do want to say something, and it's really been bothering me, and I didn't know how I was going to say it. Before I say that, I do enjoy being on this board, even though some of these meetings are way too long, President. But I do want to say, I'm going to say one thing, and I'm going to leave it at this. There were some that came today and made statements about a particular someone, I'm not going to say the name out loud, made a particular statement about someone and the great job that they're doing. I do want to say this. I am appalled, and I mean appalled, at the fact that I didn't get a phone call, a text message, an email, or anything from the superintendent of this school district in the loss of my baby girl. And I am upset about that. But you know what? That's okay, because it's the people in this community, those 1,106 people that voted for me to sit in this spot. I'm going to do the best that I can for them. So it's not about one person. It's about the community. And so as our children prepare to go back to school, let's continue to pray for our children. Watch out for our children. If you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. And thank you for this time. Thank you, Joint Executive Governing Board. I got you all. Thank you all for having my back.
Tonight's meeting was an experience. It's not an experience that I would like to endure again. So what I would ask my board colleagues to do is to reflect on tonight's meeting and ask yourself this question. Was I focused on children tonight? You know, I'm not sure what this tenor of this meeting was about, but it's not what we're made of. We could do better than this. That's all I have to say.
Good evening. I know it's late. I'd like to thank the community, the families, the community that came out to the board meetings. I invite the families and the parents and the community out every board meeting. We need your voices. Thank you to the ones that use the public comments. We need to hear from you. We need to hear from you. Thank you to the staff that showed up, because I know it's hard. It's hard. Thank you for constantly showing up for our children. Your voice matters. Going into this next school year, I pray for safe and successful spaces, prosperous school year, both for students and staff. For the parents and the community members, please show up in these spaces for our kids. They need you. We need you. If you don't show up, then it's hard to hold people accountable when it's just us. Say what you mean. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be brief in my comments. I just want to acknowledge and reflect briefly on the fact that the educational community, we lost some really, really great educators here as of late. Dr. Alice Roach, who served in St. Louis Public Schools for a number of years as a great building principal and as a great school superintendent. We lost her, and so we want to just recognize her commitment to education and her legacy to education. We also lost the great Dr. Doris Wilson, who is the musician and composer. If you go to church in St. Louis, at some point you've been exposed to Dr. Wilson. I was fortunate enough to be one of the lucky individuals that she chose to bestow a scholarship to sing in the choir and attend school. And I think about all of the young men that she blessed, all of the young women that she blessed with scholarships to college. And it's my hope and desire that the work that we do here in the Normandy Schools Collaborative is looking towards how we replace those individuals, if it's even possible to replace them, but at least how can we fill those shoes? How can we get close to filling the shoes of great educators like Dr. Alice Roach and certainly the marvelous Dr. Doris Jones Wilson?
I really don't have too much to say this evening. Our meeting was long, and I think our board members have expressed, and I've shared some of their concerns across this dais. I will say that being on this board for a little over a year, the main challenge that I have had is how to effectively and efficiently make decisions across this board. It's not been an easy process. I am continuing to learn how to navigate that. And so with that being said, for the next school year, it is my intention to improve that. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a long meeting, and I appreciate everybody taking the time and spending the time to listen and to engage with us as we go about this work. You heard some contention, and I'm quick to say this, and Erica will attend to this. Sometimes that's good because you have to kind of rough things up a little bit in order to get it to where you need it to be.
That's right.
Okay. So please know that, I may not always agree with everybody that's sitting up here, but I'm always going to work with everybody that's sitting up here because we got a mission, and the mission is our kids. That's job one. That's all we got to do. The kids. We got to make sure they're okay. I kind of take these meetings like a dancer or a gymnast. And the reason I say that is because if you're a dancer or a gymnast, you're constantly getting coaching 100% of the time, and you never do it exactly right. You always got to pull up a little bit more. You always got to point a little bit more. You always got to do a little bit more. And so that's kind of how I look at these meetings. I learned something. I go, oh, I got to pull up a little bit more. I got to do a little bit more. And I think that's how we have to look at that. We're having growing pains. We're having got to get to the next level pains. We're having sense of urgency pains, okay? And that's all to be expected because we've got great kids and great families, and we know they can do this. We just got to position them to do it. And we've got to, continue to push. So forgive us, if you will, if we don't make it look as smooth as silk. but I think to a person, and that includes our superintendent over here, since he's not in this role, we're trying to position our kids in our community for success. And so we're going to do the work. We don't sleep much. Nobody better say a word about the time I sent my text messages, okay? We don't sleep much because we got 3,000 kids. I got 3,000 kids. It was hard having 2 kids. 3,000 kids is a lot. I got 3,000 kids. And I want them to be able to come back and say, yeah, I remember that day when you did this, and, you know. It's late. I'm not going to keep talking. I'm going to hand off, because Director Petty's going to get a hook and take me out of here in a minute. But I'm going to hand off to our superintendent and allow him to share some words as well.
Good evening. I'll be brief. I want to say thanks to all of to everyone that's still here, everyone who tuned in tonight. I also want to give a special thanks to those who made comments about me. I appreciate that. It's always good to get flowers in the flesh. One of the most important things I want to just kind of briefly touch on. A few weeks ago, we discovered that during our walkthroughs that we had some discoloration in some of the ceiling tiles, and we later found that it was mold. We since made preparations to relocate the Early Childhood Center to CASA out of an abundance of caution to make sure that that building is totally free of mold, and the systems are working properly. I don't want to go into the details of what really caused it, but we had some issues with our condensation pipes and condensers on the AC units. But CASA will be held, the Early Childhood Center will be held at CASA, and some classes will be at Obama. Today, I had a team of folk who, including myself, did a lot of desk moving, a lot of those things to make sure teachers are ready to receive students next week. Students will, the team over the ELC elected to forfeit 3 days of professional development so that their kids can return Thursday so that they could be fully ready to receive students. And I want to say prayers to everyone who's in a space that's troublesome. I heard Ms. Taylor say that she's appalled. The thing about emotions is that you don't know what the other person is going through. Because on the way down to the retreat, I lost a brother. At the retreat, my sister was told she had irregular blood patterns. And then I had another brother who was told he had to have a double bypass. So you don't know the condition of anybody when we start speaking negatively towards them. So I thank you for coming here and staying this late. I appreciate you, and I'll continue my work with you. Thank you, board. I'm done.
Thank you, Superintendent. With that, I'd like to move us to executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we adjourn this portion of the meeting and move to executive session. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very